which addresses the third core mandate of the Pan-African Parliament, Your Excellencies, it is to strengthen your representative role in decision-making, and we believe that the expected change of that strategic objective will include, among others, increased inclusivity, greater legitimacy of the work of the Pan-African Parliament. Then you'll also be able to improve citizen engagement, and the policies which will be formulated and implemented will be balanced because of your critical role, as well as bridging national and continental policies, plus, of course, strengthening peace and unity across the continent, which is one of your mandates. There are key performance indicators that will be used during the monitoring and evaluation of the strategic plan to check whether you have achieved that indicator by the end of the implementation. One, we believe that you will be able to organize the sessions where citizens and civil society organizations should be able to express their views and contributions to the processes of legislation that will be undertaken. So the number of those sessions that will be organized will be a key performance indicator. We also believe, and from your discussions and input, that you will undertake a number of activities to create public awareness campaigns on the goals and benefits of the domestication of the protocols. So the percentage of those advocacy activities that will have been undertaken will be used to measure the progress and the achievement of that strategic plan objective. The number of consultations which PAP will host with government ministries, civil society, the private sector actors, and local communities to generate input on how the protocols and Agenda 2063 objectives can be implemented locally will also be another indicator. And we also, from the discussions, agreed that you will undertake a number of policy dialogues. So the percentage or the number of those dialogues that will be undertaken will be a key performance indicator under that strategic objective. We also agreed with your input that you'll be able to undertake a number of delegations by the different committees to engage with different regions on the matters, for example, of political nature, the social, as well as the economic significance to the continent. So every committee that will undertake such delegations, once they produce the report, the monitoring of the strategic plan will measure the number of such delegations which will have been undertaken. The last fourth strategic objective, which is on page 20, is intended to strengthen the PAP's institutional capacity, operational efficiency, and financial sustainability because of the challenges of resources which you are experiencing. And we believe that once that strategic objective is undertaken, the changes or the outcomes that should be expected include improved legislative effectiveness, where you'll be able to draft, review, and pass model laws that align with the broader AU objectives. We also believe there will be greater operational efficiency, where the processes of Pan-African Parliament will be able to be streamlined, and you reduce the bureaucratic delays and improve decision-making. It is anticipated that that strategic objective will also result into sustained financial independence and enhanced human resource capacity, as well as the robust monitoring and oversight of the activities of PAP, as among other outcomes as indicated. For that strategic objective to be attained, we have the view that the key performance indicators, one of them, you should have a revised organizational structure for purposes of PARP to improve efficiency and the governance processes. And alongside that, you should have refined and standardized governance processes, including decision-making protocols and guidelines on procedural guidelines. Then you should also have a comprehensive remuneration framework for elected officials. It should be developed. From your discussion, you indicated that key activity as part of the process of strengthening the capacity. Then a resource mobilization strategy will be developed and implemented, and that should be able to enable PARP to diversify funding sources and ensure financial sustainability. And in the resource mobilization strategy, we shall be able to indicate the kind of resources that will be required and how they can be acquired. A new robust performance management system will be developed with indicators, clear indicators to track institutional goals and performance of staff. And because of the comment that was received from you regarding innovation and adoption of technology, some digital tools will be designed and implemented for legislative management in the including e-parliament platforms that can facilitate communication, document sharing, as well as remote session participation where necessary. Attraction of talented and experienced staff and retired jurists, parliamentarians, civil servants, and academicians who can be attracted, and the number will be a key performance indicator. Finally, under that, there will be a strong communication strategy developed. So at the end of the period of the strategic plan, if you have developed this communication strategy, then that will be a measure of success. Mr. President and honorable members, on page 22, on Friday, there was a comment about the implementation mechanism. That chapter has been a bit elaborated, and the delivery mechanism of the strategic plan, we have put it in a graphical illustration, which is on page 23. And that graphical illustration indicates that if you undertake your core functions of legislation, oversight, and representation as PARP, and you implement the 4 strategic objectives of developing model laws, of undertaking oversight, of representation, and strengthening PARP's institutional capacity, operational efficiency, and financial sustainability, with the support of the structures which are in place. And we have now, I think, included all the structures, the Bureau, the permanent committees, the ad hoc and regional committees, and the caucuses, as well as the secretariat. And if the enablers that include resource mobilization, all these interventions will require adequate resources, and those resources have to be mobilized. So resource mobilization, monitoring and evaluation, partnerships, communication, and knowledge management are key enablers of the strategic plan implementation. And the immediate outcomes will be improved legal harmonization across member states. Then you will have enhanced physical accountability and policy compliance by the different organs, and you will have an increased level of influence on AU policy making and implementation processes, and then you will be able to increase operational efficiency. And the outcome of all these interventions will lead to the aspirations, the 7 aspirations and the moonshots. And we have given the explanatory notes on that diagram. The implementation arrangements, we have also included them. The plan will be implemented in a phased manner. For example, you will have annual work plans, and the annual work plans will identify the key priorities. In Appendix B, we have indicated the activities, the key priorities of all the committees and caucuses. And when you are developing your annual work plan, you will decide which one you want to start with based on the resources which are available. Beyond the annual work plans, you will be able to prioritize where you agree, if you are a committee, which activity should be implemented first. And we have included the parameters of determining that priority. It could be on the basis of urgency. If there are floods, for example, that have happened in a certain country and you need to undertake a mission, then that priority will be given urgent attention, resource availability, as well as the likely impact. The roles and responsibilities, there are three during the implementation of this plan. There are those organs that will be responsible for the oversight. Then that is the Bureau under the President and the Vice Presidents. The committees and the working groups and the caucuses will have a role. Then the Secretariat will also provide support. But capacity building will be critical during the implementation of the strategic plan, where we have proposed that there should be regular training and development programs for you, the members, and the members of the Secretariat to strengthen the capacities. And then resource mobilization, where we emphasize that financial resources will be allocated through a budget that will be approved by the Bureau, and it should ensure that key priorities and projects receive adequate funding as indicated in the priorities of the different committees. Partnerships and funding, we have indicated that monitoring and evaluation, then engagement of the stakeholders and risk management. As part of the implementation structures, the implementation arrangement, we have elaborated on the various structures and the roles and responsibilities which each one will present. For example, the plenary as the first one, the Bureau, the standing committees and the caucuses, the Office of the President, the clerk, the member states, all those, the development partners will have a role in one way or the other. For you to assess whether you'll be making progress, there are 4 stages of evaluation, monitoring and evaluation that will be undertaken. One, as the committees and caucuses are sitting annually, you'll be able to assess to review the progress you have made on the priorities you have agreed. That will be the first level of monitoring and evaluation. Then 2, there will be annual reports where the clerk and the Secretariat should be able to produce detailed annual reports that will be able to state the progress on the activities that will have been agreed in that particular period. At the mid-term level, which should be, I think, in 2026 or 2027, there will be a mid-term review of the strategic plan. And the mid-term review, the experts will stop and check the process that will have been undertaken and see whether you are progressing, the lessons will be drawn, and appropriate recommendations will be made. And at the end of the strategic plan period in 2028, there will be an evaluation of the strategic plan, and that will be done at the same time when the AU strategic plan is also being implemented. And the results of that exercise will feed into the development of the new strategic plan. We are aware that every plan experiences certain risks. So we have indicated on page 29 the risks which are likely to happen, and you need to be aware of these risks. And for example, political instability in member states, inadequate funding and resource mobilization, lack of political will and commitment from member states, bureaucratic challenges, and issues of coordination, and so on. But for you to manage those risks, we have provided for 3 processes where there will be risk assessment to know the risk which has a high chance of happening and those which have a low chance of happening. And then once you have identified the risks, then there will be mitigation measures and then contingency planning. So at the secretariat level, eventually, they will have to develop a risk register which will indicate some of these risks. The critical success factors for this plan to be implemented, there has to be political will and leadership. There has to be adequate funding. There has to be stakeholder involvement and ownership of the plan and activities by everybody. There has to be capacity building. There has to be institutional strengthening of the processes, and there has to be clear communication and advocacy strategy, as well as robust systems for monitoring, evaluation, and learning, among others. Finally, Mr. President and members, there are annexures to the strategic plan. Now, the first annexure is the monitoring and evaluation framework, specifically the performance indicator tracker. We are going to populate this with figures. For example, if we say the first target is the number of model laws drafted on priority issues aligned with the AU objectives and Agenda 2063. In 2024, where we are, we shall formulate the baseline. For example, if we say the baseline is 0, and we say in the next 5 years, you'll be able to produce maybe 11 model laws, assuming that each committee produces a model law, which may be a higher target. Then at the end of every year, there will be an actual number of what you have attained. And then we measure the performance of whether you have achieved. You may, there are 3 scenarios that may happen. You may achieve the target, or you may be below the target, or you may exceed the target. And the last 2, achieving the target and exceeding the target, will be the best scenario. So that is the first appendix. The second one, the second appendix, includes the committee and the caucus priorities. We have listed all the priorities that we received from you, and the chairperson of the Women Caucus. All your activities have been included, as well as the activities of the youth in the number in which they were given. They are a bit many, 29 for the youth as well as the women, and we didn't want to antagonize that list. You agree on the priorities. Then, upon adoption of the activities and the results, we shall be able to develop a resource mobilization strategy that will give the guiding principles on how the full resource mobilization strategy would look like. We are also going to develop a communication plan. The drafts are there, and the implementation action plan template. By Friday, all these will be completed. Your Excellency, that's briefly the changes we have made and how the new strategic plan looks like. It is our request that you discuss and you receive, discuss, and adopt the strategic plan to enable us finalize the remaining supporting documents, such that by December, all documents will be available. I submit.
Sorry. I have long list of speakers. I shall now allow to make debates on the presentations. The first speaker in my list, Honorable Yusuf Mohammed Al-Faken from Libya.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. تحية صباحية طيبة لدى الجميع. السيد الرئيس، أنا طلبت الكلمة خلال الجلسة الماضية وتحدثت على الاستراتيجية وقدمت ملاحظاتي، وكانت فيما يخص الاستراتيجية، وقلت أن هذه الاستراتيجية هي جيدة، وأشكر القائمين على هذه الخطة. أشكر هيئة المكتب كاملة على إعداد هذه الخطة، وهي فعلا تواكب كل المناشط والمشاغل التي يجب أن يهتم بها البرلمان الأفريقي خلال المدة القادمة. فقط أنا أشرت إلى نقطة أن هذه الاستراتيجية تفتقد إلى تحديد الأزمنة والفترات التي يجب أن تنفذ فيها هذه المناشط. كذلك لاحظت أن هذه الاستراتيجية لديها لم تقم بتحديد خطط قصيرة أو طويلة المدى، فهناك أنشطة كثيرة تم تحديدها بهذه الاستراتيجية، ولكن لم تقسم بحيث تكون هناك خطط طويلة وقصيرة خلال فترة عمل المكتب. هذه ملاحظة التي تطرقت إليها وأشرت إليها في كلمتي السابقة. أشكركم مجددا وأتمنى لكم كل التوفيق.
Thank you. Next speaker, Honorable Kochami Nikais Fagnon of Benin.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président, chers collègues. Moi, je voudrais d'abord féliciter le groupe de travail des experts pour avoir évolué et faire partager avec vous, cependant, mes observations. J'ai deux observations de forme. À la page 17, la carte stratégique a été insérée dans le document en français, la carte stratégique est en anglais. À la page 26 aussi, il va falloir remettre le document qui est l'encadré en français. Monsieur le Président, je n'ai pas vu clairement mentionné parmi les objectifs stratégiques, et je voudrais qu'on en tienne compte pour que on finisse avec le retour répétitif sur cet aspect-là. Le Parlement est doté de ses fonctions législatives de contrôle et de supervision. Il faut mentionner ça. Il faut mentionner ça et actualiser en conséquence la carte stratégique qui est d'une page. Ça peut être de 2 pages. Ensuite, nous avons volontairement, nous nous sommes engagés pour faire implémenter la gestion axée sur les résultats. Je n'ai pas vu mentionner ça dans le document qu'il a exposé. C'est très important. Et ça, je propose que ce soit à la dernière page 34 qui prévoit une partie gestion axée sur les résultats. Ensuite, je n'ai pas vu mentionner la pratique de l'audit et du reporting. L'audit interne et le reporting doivent être renforcés. Et je voudrais que, à la page 34, il ajoute ça aussi. Et en conséquence, il doit aussi actualiser la carte stratégique du Parlement et qui était en 1 page, ça peut devenir 2 pages. Monsieur le Président, il doit être mis clairement que le pape doit être doté de ressources humaines de qualité en effectifs nécessaires et suffisants. C'est très important de le mentionner. Et pour finir, Monsieur le Président, je voudrais que, en plus du document qu'il a exposé, il puisse nous actualiser son document de matrice des données d'intervention, objectifs, priorités et activités indicatives en insérant ce qui concerne le bureau du pape, le secrétariat général, et en tenant compte des observations qu'on avait faites la dernière fois concernant les caucus, donc les groupes parlementaires régionaux, plus la commission genre qui n'avaient pas été prises en compte et le comité de vérification et des comptes publics pour en faire un document unique. Je vous remercie.
Thank you. Honorable Senia Ahmed of Sahrawi.
شكرا سيد الرئيس. عندي الملاحظة الأولى على هذه الوثيقة، على أنه مقارنة مع الوثيقة الماضية هناك تحول وهناك تطور ملموس حقيقة في تصويب الأفكار إلى مواد ملموسة وواضحة وتلخيص يعني جيد. هذه الملاحظة الأولى. الملاحظة الثانية هو موضوع يعني الأهداف الأربعة لاستراتيجية 2024-2028. هناك 4 أهداف. هؤلاء الأهداف الأربعة لا يتناولون إطلاقا موضوع السلم والأمن والصراعات، في الوقت اللي السلم والأمن والحد من الصراعات يجب أن يكون هدفا ساميا وهدف يتجند له البرلمان الإفريقي وكل البرلمانات من أجل الحد إنهاء الصراعات والحد من زيادتها. وهذا يعني معوق رئيسي للتنمية ولكل الأهداف المسطرة من أجل النمو والتقدم الإفريقي، باقي مشلول نظرا للصراعات والحروب القائمة في إفريقيا. في التفاصيل أعتقد على أنه لجنة العدل وحقوق الإنسان ولجنة التعاون والصراعات لازم يعود عندهم عمل مشترك في اتجاه هذا موضوع السلم والأمن. ضرورة وضع سياق لاقتراب البرلمانيين من معاينة هذه الصراعات والاحتكاك بها من أجل التأثير فيها. نحن هون يعني عندنا انطباع وعندنا إحساس وعندنا حقيقة هو على أن الصراعات موجودة وكثيرة وتمس من تقدم إفريقيا، ولكن لا نعرف شيء عنها. لا نعرف أي شيء تفصيلي عن هذه الصراعات وما ننجي من عدم التأثير. ما ممكن نعمل فعل مؤثر إيجابي في اتجاه هذه الصراعات بدون معرفة تفاصيلها وتركيبتها وأنواعها وطبيعتها. إذن بالنسبة لي ضروري وضع نقاط ملموسة تقرب هذه الأجندة من الصراعات ومن التعرف عليها عبر عمل ملموس بين اطلاع ملموس وميداني لهذا البرلمان الإفريقي مع هذه الصراعات. شكرا.
Thank you. Now I will give floor to Honorable Mamelo Fuko of Lesotho. Not in the chamber?
Good morning and thank you, Your Honorable. I think this is last Friday's listing. That was before the strategy was amended, and I believe they have taken all they have taken everything that we talked about. And also, I'm happy that the committees like our Women's Caucus have been included. But I think, I don't know why I specifically, or why I have the feeling that the list was just taken and written 11th November 2024, yet it was on Monday. We debated on this on Friday. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Fatih Botubek, Algeria. No?
شكرا سيد الرئيس. مرة أخرى أشكر القائمين على إعداد هذا المشروع، وحقيقة الوثيقة في حلتها الجديدة بيّنت تركيز الأفكار والتي تضمنت الخطة الاستراتيجية ل5 سنوات على ما أظن إلى غاية سنة 2028. ودائما كذلك هذه الخطة ركزت كذلك على الأهداف المسطرة من قبل هيئات البرلمان الإفريقي، وأخص بالذكر اللجان والمكتب إلى غير ذلك. الملاحظة التي سجلناها بالنسبة إلى صياغة هذا التقرير أنه جاء مغايرا من حيث المصطلحات، وبالتالي فيه ضبط أحسن. ثانيا لاحظنا أن لما التقرير يتكلم على خطة عمل مستقبلية، من المفروض أننا نرجع دائما إلى الأهداف المؤسسة، وعلى رأسها المطابقة مع أهداف الاتحاد الإفريقي في خطته ولا سيما خطة 2063. لكن لما نرجع إلى الوثيقة ونرجع إلى لجنة التعاون والعلاقات الدولية وتسوية النزاعات، نرى أن هناك حكم أو أن هناك هدف يتعلق أساسا بتقديم مذكرات استشارية بشأن الشراكات الدولية للاتحاد الإفريقي بما في ذلك العضوية في مجموعة 20. أي دورين للبرلمان الإفريقي، وأنه أساسا أسس لمرافقة الاتحاد الإفريقي في دور مستقبلي، وهو الوصول إلى سلطة مشرعة، وهذا هو الهدف الرئيسي رقم 1. وبالتالي على ما أظن أن الدور الاستشاري يرقى إلى الدور الدبلوماسي، والاتحاد هو المخول بالنظر في مثل هذه المسائل، وخاصة إذا كان رجعنا إلى البروتوكول المؤسس والقواعد القانونية المؤسسة للاتحاد الإفريقي. كذلك فيما يتعلق بفحص المعاهدات، كيف البرلمان يفحص المعاهدات وينظم ورش عمل من خبراء قانونيين. الأكيد أن دور البرلمان الإفريقي هو نقل انشغالات الشعوب الإفريقية، وعلى رأسها التقليل من المنازعات والمعاناة والآلام للمواطنات والمواطنين الأفارقة، وكذلك إتاحة فرصة للحياة الكريمة. وهنا نتكلم على النزاعات وخاصة الحروب، وخاصة لما نتكلم على التصفيات اللي راهي تجرى هنا وهناك، وخاصة فيما يتعلق بتقرير المصير تاع الشعوب والقضاء على ما يسمى بالاستعمار في القارة الإفريقية نهائيا مهما كانت الظروف. وهذا هو الدور الأساسي. نحن كنواب أفارقة لدينا دور أننا كيف أننا نحسس الحكومات، وكذلك من خلال قرارات اتخذها الاتحاد الإفريقي كيف نمر إلى تحقيق أجندة بتعايش وتضامن بين الشعوب الأفارقة، وكذلك نضع حد للماضي السيء ولبذور الاستعمار. لكن كذلك لما نرجع إلى المادة 4 من مهام البرلمان، نجد أن دور تاع استشاري طبقا لإحكام المواد 3 و11 و18 من البروتوكول المؤسس، وبالتالي تسهيل وتنفيذ سياسات وأهداف وبرامج الاتحاد وتنفيذها الفعال، وهذا هو الدور الأساسي. فأشكر مرة أخرى القائمين على إعداد هذه الوثيقة، وأحرص دائما أننا على القيام بأهداف التي يمكن تحقيقها، ويكون التحقيق تاعها دوريا يعني سنويا، وخاصة ونحن ننتظر الكثير من الأداءات التي يثق فيها الشعوب الأفارقة. وشكرا.
Thank you. Now I will give floor to Honorable Senator Danson Mungatana of Kenya. Not in the chamber? Okay, Honorable Said Ibrahim Said Sahrawi.
شكرا سيد الرئيس على إتاحة الفرصة. لدي نقطتين أساسيتين أريد الحديث حولهما فيما يتعلق بالخطة الاستراتيجية. في النقطة 11 يتحدثون في النقطة المادة 11 عن المراقبة والتقييم والمساءلة. يتعين على البرلمان الإفريقي
إنشاء لجنة مراقبة الخطة الاستراتيجية للرصد والتقييم، في الوقت الذي لا نرى أي شيء حول لجنة المراجعة والحسابات العامة كلجنة مهمة وأساسية في هذا البرلمان. كيف للمختصين والخبراء؟ هل ليست لديهم قائمة اللجان الموجودة في البرلمان الإفريقي أم ماذا؟ لا، لم أفهم. هنا لجنة في البرلمان الإفريقي هي لجنة المراجعة والحسابات العامة، ولا توجد في الخطة الاستراتيجية أي موضوع حول العمل الاستراتيجي لهذه اللجنة. هل هذا يفهم أنه إقصاء لعمل هذه اللجنة أم ماذا؟ أنا لم أجد اسم اللجنة موجود في هذا ما يتعلق بالمراجعة. في النقطة الثانية في الموضوع الثاني فيما يتعلق بلجنة النزاعات، فيما يتعلق بلجنة لجنة التعاون والعلاقات الدولية وتسوية النزاعات، تقديم مذكرات استشارية بشأن الشراكات الدولية، في الوقت الذي هناك في الاتحاد الإفريقي لجان مختصة في هذا الموضوع وهذا من ضمن اختصاصها، وبالتالي علينا في النظر في الخطة الاستراتيجية النظر إلى وضعية البرلمان وما يمكنه فعله وما لا يمكنه فعله. ليست له سلطة في دراسة هذه الشراكات، هذه سلطة للمجلس التنفيذي ولقمة الرؤساء في الاتحاد الإفريقي، وليس تخصص عمل هذا البرلمان. في الوقت الذي يغيب تماما لجان تقصي الحقائق حول موضوع النزاعات والصراعات في إفريقيا، وغياب تماما التركيز على الحلول الإفريقية. لا بد أن تكون في خططنا الاستراتيجية وفي رؤيتنا هو موضوع الحلول الإفريقية والمساهمات الإفريقية في حل النزاعات والصراعات داخل إفريقيا. إذا لم يكن لنا أي مجهود إفريقي لحلولنا، فإلى متى ونحن ننتظر هذه الحلول التي تأتينا من الخارج؟ وبالتالي لا بد من وضع في الخطة الاستراتيجية موضوع إفريقيا تركز على مشاكلها بنفسها وأن تصنع الحلول الإفريقية لمشاكلها. وشكرا سيد الرئيس.
Thank you, Honorable. I will give floor to Honorable Esther Mutani Passels, the size of Kenya, not in the chamber. Honorable Senator Jean Marie of Burundi.
Ok, merci. Excellence de m'accorder cette opportunité. Moi, j'avais intervenu la fois dernière, mais je me demande, mais tout d'abord, je vais remercier les experts pour les améliorations, mais je me demande comment l'objectif stratégique de assurer le contrôle des politiques, plans, programmes et budget de l'Union africaine, comment nous allons réaliser cet objectif sans que nous n'ayons pas le pouvoir qui nous est requis. C'est pourquoi j'avais demandé la fois dernière, je ne sais pas, personne ne m'a répondu, l'une des activités phares du bureau, le bureau devait nous aider, nous emboîter le pas pour faire un combat, pour que nous puissions lâcher les ratifications. Donc le bureau devrait se déplacer dans les 40 capitales pour échanger avec les parlements des 40 pays qui n'ont pas encore ratifié le protocole, pour savoir pourquoi. Parce que des fois, comme je l'ai dit, vous allez dire, oh, les 5 membres du Parlement qui viennent ici ne font rien. C'est pourquoi j'insiste sur cette activité. Il faut que le bureau puisse aussi prendre cette activité comme une priorité pendant les actions qui seront menées dès l'année prochaine.
Thank you. Now I will give floor to Honorable Suleiman Saho of Gambia. Okay, Honorable Rahab Mukami Wachira of Kenya. Not in the chamber. Honorable Dahi Laila. Not in the chamber. Honorable Senator Professor Abdi Ismail Samatar of Somalia. Not in the chamber. Honorable Sakata Tawab Gari, DRC. Not in the chamber. Honorable Welcome Delamini, Swatini.
Thank you, Honorable President. And I'd like to thank the experts for the revised draft strategy. When we debated the strategy last week, we did raise the issue, the concern around funding for the strategy. And we all can see that the success of the strategy is reliant on available funding for the strategy. And if you recall the speech of the Deputy Chairperson of the Commission, Dr. Monique, she emphasized the need for this Parliament to ensure that activities of the Union are financed by Africans for Africa. And even in this strategy, there's the inclusion of the resource mobilization strategy. Even though there is an attempt to shy away from mentioning external funding and the development partners, but the strategy does go back to that, the need to solicit funding from external sources and development partners. The challenge then would be, or the insistence would be to urge this Parliament to ensure that finance that comes from external sources and the donors, that there's accountability and transparency, so that this Parliament doesn't then serve the interests of those development partners and external funders. I'm sure last week when the representative from the EU was in the House listening to the presentation of the strategy, they did note the desperation that this Parliament has when it comes to finances. And also when they saw the donation that was done by the, I think it's the UAE, in terms of the computers, they did see that there is desperation on the part of this Parliament for funding. And I'm sure that going back home, reporting to his masters, he will say that the only way through that Parliament is for us to pump in certain assistance in the form of finances. And then that could compromise how this Parliament operates in terms of then pushing the agenda and interests of those external funders and donors. So my point would be to ask or urge this Parliament to ensure that funding for this strategy doesn't then compromise how we work, then compromise serving the interests of the African citizens. Thank you, Honorable President.
Thank you. Now I give floor to Honorable Professor Mohamed Anadif of Chad.
شكرا سيد الرئيس. إنني أؤكد بأن الملاحظات التي أبديناها في اللقاء الماضي البعض أخذ بها والبعض لم يؤخذ به، وأكرر أيضا في موضوع لجنة التدقيق والمحاسبة لابد من الإشارة إلى بعض مهامها، لأنها هي أساس جدا في موضوع تقييم وتوجيه وتوصيف البرلمان الإفريقي. لا أدري، ربما اللجنة لها وضع خاص، فلذلك نريد التبيان كما ذكر الأخ من قبلي من الأخ مقدمة الاستراتيجية. لماذا؟ صحيح هي ليست من اللجان المعروفة عند البرلمان، ولكنها لجنة لها وضع خاص، فلا بد أن يكون لها برنامج واضح في هذه الخطة الكبيرة والمهمة التي تخدم هذا البرلمان. ثانيا، فيما ذكرنا الملاحظات التي ذكرناها في الأسبوع الماضي، موضوع الأفرقة أو الامتداد الإفريقي ضروري، بالذات الإشارة إلى موضوع اللغات هذه مهمة. نحن نريد في المستقبل أن نكون أمة واحدة، لغة واحدة، صوت واحد، فلا بد من التفكير في ذكر بعض اللغات الإفريقية كيف لنا أن نرتقي بها. والبرلمان الإفريقي صحيح هناك مؤسسات تابعة للاتحاد الإفريقي لكنها لم تفعل. نحن أيضا بحكم الدبلوماسية الشعبية والمؤسسات لا بد من المساهمة بشكل كبير في موضوع هذه اللغات الإفريقية التي تجمعنا، تجمع الشمال وتجمع الجنوب وتجمع الشرق وتجمع الغرب. هذا ما أريده. شكرا سيد الرئيس.
Thank you, Honorable. Now I will give floor to Honorable Joseph Kalasinga of Kenya.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I think I'm okay with the then amended where we have included the women and the youth, which was missing in the other day when we were looking at this, Mr. President. So apart from this, we still have some gaps. And as members have just raised, departments that moved closer, like CAPA, has actually to be taken much into considering about this. But, Mr. President, when we have this major plan in force, it is the only document that this parliament can now, with its bureau, go to now transplant activities from this plan into each year's functions and budgeting. If this is done properly, Mr. President, then we also need to do that. The funding has to be in time with now the activities that will be plucked from this master plan into the each year's projects, which must not be delayed. Because we delay the funding, Mr. President, we delay the activities, we delay our work. And one of the most vasoconstricting, one of the most bottleneck issues about this master plan, Mr. President, is that when it goes to implementation now, when we have plugged the activities to be put in use, the problem now go on to funding. If it's reduced or if it's given as restrictions, Mr. President, this will not be go to fruition. Lastly, Mr. President, I also want to talk about the issue of audit. When it is in process, we have activities plucked from this master plan and is in progress, Mr. President. We need to have the audit to give us the process control audits every now and then, so that we don't lose track, we don't lose the map, but the image of an organization, Mr. President, is its master plan. So this plan to us, Mr. President, gives us a go-ahead. And as I debated last week, Mr. President, this will now give us an image and we must follow it to the letter. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Honorable. And now I give floor to Honorable Francis Kasamba of Sierra Leone. Honorable Senator Kwadio Kwaku Bertin, Côte d'Ivoire.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. Monsieur le Président, je voulais féliciter l'équipe d'experts qui, depuis quelques mois, travaille sur ce dossier de plan stratégique du Parlement panafricain. Globalement, je pense que des efforts ont été faits. Le travail tel que présenté contient au plan théorique tout ce qu'il fallait mettre. C'est une analyse SWOT bien menée avec les forces, naturellement, les faiblesses bien établies, les opportunités, les menaces et puis les recommandations. Seulement, en Afrique, nous avons beaucoup de plans stratégiques qui restent dans les placards. Et pourquoi? Mais parce que très souvent, nous faisons le travail, mais nous ne mettons pas en avant les outils qui nous permettent de suivre le travail qui est élaboré. Et donc, certainement qu'ils l'ont fait et que ça pourrait être présenté dans les annexes. Je voulais parler du tableau de bord et du diagramme de Gantt. L'avantage du tableau de bord, c'est qu'il permet de ressortir toutes les préoccupations que les collègues viennent de poser. C'est-à-dire tout ce que chaque commission doit faire, comment ça va se faire, ainsi de suite. Donc, bien décrit, commission par commission, et après, les activités du bureau aussi, naturellement, bien élaborées. Et dès que le tableau de bord est fait, il est important de faire un diagramme de Gantt. Parce que ce diagramme, si proposé, va nous permettre de finaliser en facilitant l'exploitation du travail qui a été fait. Parce que le diagramme de Gantt, je sais que tout le monde ici le connaît, ça permet de définir clairement les tâches, commission par commission, et les tâches au niveau du bureau. Et de façon horizontale, on met les périodes d'exécution des tâches. Donc, si nous savons clairement ce qu'il y a à faire dans ce plan stratégique, mois par mois, trimestre par trimestre, et certainement semestre par semestre, bien entendu, ils ont parlé beaucoup de suivi et évaluation. Mais si on n'a pas les outils qui nous permettent de faire un bon suivi et évaluation, à la fin, nous allons nous retrouver comme d'autres plans élaborés, même au niveau de l'Union africaine, qui pour le moment, tous ici, nous savons, hein, si nous leur demandons, par exemple, l'agenda 2063, on est à quel niveau d'exécution, personne ne pourra nous répondre concrètement à quel niveau nous sommes, point par point. Et donc, je souhaite, comme il s'agit du pape, et que c'est vrai, nous n'avons pas assez de commissions, que ce travail, ces deux outils-là, le tableau de bord et le diagramme de Gantt, puissent être élaborés pour que chaque commission puisse savoir les tâches à exécuter, le budget lié à chaque tâche et les délais de réalisation des tâches. De sorte que si nous prévoyons faire une activité dans 6 mois et qu'à la fin des 6 mois, le budget qui est défini n'est pas disponible, celui qui fait le suivi et l'évaluation puisse dire ici, peut-être en plénière, que voilà, nous avons prévu à exécuter telle tâche au cours de l'année. Nous n'avons pu faire que tel ou tel ou manque de budget ou pour telle ou telle raison. Donc voilà un peu, de façon globale, ce que je voulais que l'équipe d'experts puisse ajouter à l'excellent travail qu'ils viennent de présenter. En tout cas, je voudrais vous féliciter, vous dire merci pour le temps que vous avez pris pour nous élaborer ce plan d'action stratégique. Monsieur le Président, je vous remercie.
Thank you. Honorable Senator Sevansi of Eswatini.
Thank you, Mr. President, for giving me the floor to make my intervention on this amended draft strategic plan. Mr. President, I so much appreciate the hard work and the hours dedicated by the consultants and all towards this noble work. Mr. President, the previous MPs have actually taken some of the issues I wanted to discuss, but I believe, Mr. President, that the spirit of continuous improvement requires a progressive review or assessment of the organizational clock. And in this regard, I want to believe and assume that as Pan-African Parliament, we will periodically review this strategic plan. I've just realized that in page, I think in page 4 or 5 of the plan, which is what I had indicated that I want to recommend, they have captured it there under the executive summary, that we should review the strategic plan at least after a period of maybe 2 years or so. So they've mentioned here that we'll review, there will be a midterm review in 2026. I think this is a good thing, Mr. President, because we are planning towards the plan ending 2028. Now we are in 2024. Anything will happen in 2026 and 2027 that may impact on the plan. So if we, in this document, we have captured that we will sit down again and review this strategic document in 2026 and to take or mitigate these risk factors which have been highlighted. It's very pleasing, Mr. President. I'm also grateful that the comments that we made, my comments have been actually captured in here. Just one cosmetic error, Mr. President, which I feel needs to be looked at on page number 23 of the report. There's figure 12 there. The figure says figure 2, sorry, PAP strategy plan delivery. Then it says, please correct ad hoc to read thematic and regional caucuses. I think maybe this needs to be looked at by the consultant and maybe removed. I think it was just a note for them, but not for this document. I then refer also, Mr. President, to page number 4 of the annexures, its committees and caucuses. Mr. President, if you may allow me. There is a committee here. I think my previous MP mentioned on the issue of page number 4. It's committee number 11. It's written Committee on Financial Oversight and Accountability in AU. When I was going through this, I thought it was maybe the Committee on Monetary Affairs, but I've seen that the Committee on Monetary Affairs in page 1 has been captured correctly. I want to assume that they were referring to CAPA here. So we do not have a committee like this in our rules of procedure or in the Pan-African Parliament. So maybe if they can clarify, is this a new committee or are they renaming the CAPA committee to reflect Committee on Financial Oversight and Accountability? If not, Mr. President, I propose that they restate the non-committee within PAP, which is a Committee on Audit and Public Accounts, Mr. President. Thank you for allowing me the floor. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable. Honorable Abdullah Barkat Ibrahim of Djibouti.
Oui, Monsieur le Président. Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je pense que nous avions fait le commentaire. Nous avions fait des commentaires par rapport le vendredi dernier. Je ne sais pas pourquoi on maintient toujours uniquement le PAM. Ce n'est pas notre partenaire en matière de sécurité alimentaire et nutrition, n'est pas seulement le PAM. Il y a la FAO. Donc, je pense qu'on avait proposé en tout cas un amendement par rapport à ça. Et l'autre amendement aussi qu'on avait proposé, c'était nous avons une loi type sur la sécurité alimentaire et nutrition. Mais cette loi type doit être en tout cas vulgarisée au niveau de différents pays. À mon avis, je pense que ça ne sert à rien de faire une loi type si on ne fait pas un plaidoyer pour elle, pour la démocratisation au niveau des pays. Et aussi, troisièmement, on avait aussi demandé à ce que au niveau de la commission de l'économie rurale et de l'agriculture, qu'on puisse en tout cas suivre les programmes régionaux qui sont mis en place, relatifs en tout cas à l'agriculture, de l'économie rurale, de l'environnement, etc. Donc je pense que ces éléments n'apparaissent pas dans les attributions en tout cas de la commission. Merci.
Thank you. Honorable, Her Excellency Honorable Safia El Jibril of Djibouti.
Merci, Monsieur le Président, de m'accorder la parole et j'aimerais dire assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh à l'ensemble des parlementaires présents dans l'hémicycle. Monsieur le Président, je pense que pour moi, les observations de la précédente séance ont été intégrées concernant le caucus des femmes et des jeunes. Et je tiens à remercier nos consultants pour l'excellent travail qu'ils ont réalisé en si peu de temps. Concernant mes observations d'aujourd'hui, ils ont été formulés par mes collègues du Burundi pour la faisabilité de l'objectif et du Bénin, la question concernant l'harmonisation du document parce que 2 pages du document sont restées en anglais et nous aimerions que ça soit traduit en français. Je vous remercie, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Honorable. Honorable Saidani Ahmed of Tunisia.
شكرا سيد الرئيس. في البداية أتقدم بتحية وطنية قلبية حارة من تونس إلى كل الزملاء الحاضرين معنا في قاعة الجلسة من أعضاء البرلمان الأفريقي وبرلمان عموم أفريقيا. في البداية أسجل اعتراضي على تسمية المخطط الاستراتيجي لأننا بصدد تناول وتطارح وثيقة فنية، إذن هو مخطط فني وليس مخططا استراتيجيا. ربما تمكن الشمال من أن يصدر مفاهيمه الكبيرة، تمكن الشمال من أن يصدر الكلمات الكبيرة، ولكن لم تتمكن دول الجنوب وعلى رأسها الدول الأفريقية من توريد هذه المفاهيم وتحويل هذه المفاهيم إلى منجز على أرض الواقع وأجرأتها وتحويلها إلى منجز عملي. العالم سيد الرئيس والسادة الزملاء بصدد التغير. العالم بصدد التغير، ما نلحظه في الحرب الأوكرانية الروسية، ما نلحظه في الاعتداء السافر على شعبنا الفلسطيني، على شعبنا اللبناني، يحيل بأن موازين القوى الآن بصدد التغير. العالم بصدد التغير، القوى التقليدية بصدد الانهيار، ولكن سرعة تغير العالم لا تواكبها سرعة ردة فعل الأفارقة في هذا المجال. ربما علي أن أذكر بالمهمتين الرئيسيتين لكل برلمانات العالم. أولا الوظيفة التشريعية وهي سن القوانين، وثانيا الوظيفة الرقابية وهي الرقابة على الأجهزة. عندما نتحدث عن البرلمان الإفريقي للأسف لا نجد أثرا للوظيفة التشريعية، وأيضا لا نجد أثرا لرقابة البرلمان الإفريقي على أعمال الاتحاد الإفريقي، على أجهزة الاتحاد الإفريقي، على استراتيجيات ورؤى وتصورات الاتحاد الإفريقي. هنا وجب أن أذكر ب3 أشياء ربما كنت قد طرحتها سابقا في الدورة الفارطة، وهو أن على الأفارقة أن يمضوا نحو 3 نقاط رئيسية في هذا الوقت بالذات. أولا تصدير مواردنا المنجمية وغير المنجمية، الطاقية وغير الطاقية في حالتها الخام للاستفادة من قيمتها المضافة. نحن نصدر مواردنا الخام لنستعيدها بعد ذلك بأثمان مضاعفة. ثانيا أريد أن أطرح ما طرحه الزعيم الراحل الشهيد توماس سانكارا من بوركينا فاسو سنة 84 و900 وألف بضرورة استجلاب جبهة إفريقية موحدة لإلغاء ديون دول إفريقيا ولإلغاء ديون دول الجنوب. سلاح المديونية اليوم هو السلاح الذي عاد به الاستعمار من جديد. ثالثا الخطة الإفريقية للسيادة الغذائية. إفريقيا قارة التناقضات والمتناقضات، إفريقيا قارة المفارقات. القارة الغنية تأكل من وراء البحار، دون أن نأكل من أرضنا لا يمكن أن نتحدث عن سيادة إفريقية، ولا يمكن أن نتحدث عن خطط استراتيجية. وللأسف أصدق ما وجدته في الوثيقتين اللتان تم توزيعهما خلال الجلسة الفارطة والجلسة الحالية هو المخاطر في الوثيقة التي تم توزيعها جلسة الفارتة، وهذه الجلسة ربما المعوقات أو نقاط الضعف. أصدق شيء في هذه الوثيقة هو المخاطر ونقاط الضعف. عندما نفكر في مخطط فني أو حتى في مخطط استراتيجي، علينا أن نستجلب الحلول، وعلينا أن نعمل على أن يكون هذا المخطط قابل للتطبيق. للأسف هذا المخطط الفني، وأكررها، هو ليس مخططا استراتيجيا غير قابل للتطبيق، ولا نملك شروط تحقيقه. وشكرا.
Thank you, Honorable. The next speaker will be Honorable Senator Gabala Mariam of Côte d'Ivoire. Not in the chamber. I have also a new list. Honorable Patrick Oshabi from Uganda.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I would like to take the opportunity to thank the team that has developed this strategic plan for the commendable work they have done. Mr. President, I just have, I'm particularly interested in the strategic objective 2, which is on page 17, which is talking about oversighting AU policies, plans, programs, and budgets. Mr. President, I think the consultant need to review how parliaments do this role, how the parliaments undertake this role of oversighting. I expected to see below the objective things to do with the activities, and among the activities probably that we could have reviewed with would be, Mr. President, matters to do with how many programs of AU have been reported on in this parliament by our respective committees. I wanted to set a situation that AU departments come here, report to our committees here, and our committees present to plenary the interaction, the oversight activities that have been done. But when you read this, I think the team just missed that little bit on how parliaments do their work. Now, you cannot talk about oversight and ignore the issue of audit in the entire, this particular part. I'm a member of the Kappa committee, so I expected to see how this parliament audits or reviews, audit reports of the AU, and unfortunately you can't even see it here in the body, and when you look even behind, there's nothing to do with audit. So, the structure of African Union, they are the board of external auditors, they are internal auditors, and through this oversight, there is no way we can do without audit. So I would like the consultant to review that and include the role of audit in this and the debates of the audit reports in this parliament as some of the outputs. I don't know why you ignored including activities, outputs, and outcomes in this. I don't know whether this would not, they would have, I don't know whether they would appear differently, but strategically we would know this Pan-African Parliament every financial year in the next 5 years, what we will be dealing with specifically in this document, so that going forward, our secretariat here ensures that what has been highlighted here actually comes through as perform our activities in the progressive committee meetings and session activities. Mr. President, there is a resolution I've been reading, I've been supplied with. I thank Honorable Tony he mentioned about what has been captured on 11 as committee. I'm a member of CAPA. I've seen the highlighted activities. Many of them are not for CAPA, but they are those specifically for CAPA. I don't know why our information was not captured well as CAPA, yet representatives from the consultant attended our committee. CAPA has specific roles. I invite the consultant to look at our charter. There is a document that we've developed as CAPA committee to guide our works. And it would be very, very important you look at it before you do the final document. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you, Honorable. The next speaker will be Honorable Al-Haji Mkwa, the Gambia.
Thank you very much, Honorable President. I would like to take this opportunity to thank the consultants for coming up with this draft, which captured actually most of the things we asked them to do the last time. And we must also thank the Office of the Clerk for providing these documents on time. That will also help us to go through the document and give feedback to the consultants. Honorable President, I'll just go straight to the area of the committees, and in particular, the Committee on Transport Industry, Communication, Energy, Science and Technology. Honorable Speaker, if you look at the, on this document here, is titled Committee and Caucus Priorities. I think there's one key area that has been left behind in the Committee on Transport, Energy, Science and Technology. And this one relates to cyber crimes. Honorable Speaker, the cybercrime industry actually is evolving, and Africa is actually at a losing end. It has been estimated that close to 4 to 10 billion would be lost yearly by the African continent. And if you take that into consideration with capital flights, if you take that into consideration with corruption that's going on the continent, I think we need to do something as a committee. And I think when you look at the priorities of the committee, cybercrime must be at the forefront. I know the African Union Convention on Cyber Security and Personal Data Protection, it has been adopted, but yet still, there are a lot of countries that actually have not signed the protocol. And there are also a lot of countries that do not have actually cybercrime laws in their own countries. And I think this committee, we must prioritize that to ensure that all of us as a continent, we have laws that would fight against cyber crimes. Mr. President, if you look at the continent, particularly what's happening in the Sahel, you see all those people that are creating havoc in this belt in West Africa. Now, and I can guarantee you, we are fighting back. But at the end of the day, what's going to happen is they're going to turn to technology now to continue the fight. And when they turn to technology, and we are not ready as a continent, and I think we'll be in serious trouble. Now, just imagine losing $4 to $10 billion every year on the continent due to cyber crimes. I think this is something we need to look at as a committee. And I would recommend that the priorities of the committee to include cyber crimes, where we can meet with AFRIPOL, Interpol, that do a lot of collaboration in order to fight this menace on the continent, and not only on the continent, but on the whole world. Because, Mr. President, if you look at the 20 of the world's fastest growing economy, 20 of them, 11 are from Africa. And if we are not very careful, because you see, we are transitioning into technology. We have the fintech companies. We have banks that actually rely on heavy technology to be able to provide services to the population. So we need to protect these assets. And to do that, we must have effective laws that would guide and that would also ensure we punish individuals wherever they might be to prevent these losses on the continent. Now, Honorable Speaker, just to end, I want to align myself also on the issue with CAPA. If you look at on page 4, which is on the priorities, the Committee on Financial Oversight and Accountability. If you look at the roles that they're supposed to have, actually, it has the hallmark of CAPA. But we must be really consistent to ensure we have the proper name and to ensure that the role that the Parliament actually has assigned to CAPA is properly captured to ensure we have audit. Because if you look at the name financial oversight, basically it's a process. And where the financial activities actually are checked for compliance, etc. So that's audit. So we must bring that number 11 to be in line with our own rules, where we call it CAPA, which is the Committee on Audit and Public Accounts. On that note, I want to thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. Now, naming my speaker, in the list, Honorable Torai of Gambia.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mr. President. I also thank the consultants for a very good job. I think, as it has already been said, that most of what we demanded the last time has been adequately captured. However, I would want to remind myself that in my own opinion, I think even though we have the Committee on Economy and Housing, but housing seems to be giving less emphasis. And I think that habitat is a very important component of what is required by our people. Our people continue to demand housing, good housing, but we know that housing has been a big challenge in Africa. And therefore, Agenda 2030 of the United Nations, which involves housing, which includes housing, should be thought of so that any way we can include it in our plan would be useful. I know this is 2024 to 2028, but I know our study objective is 2063. And therefore 2030, which includes habitat, should also be considered. Honorable Speaker, yesterday I was in a vehicle with some of my past friends, honorable friends, and I was arguing with a member on the issue of United States elections. And then the honorable sisters from Lesotho reminded us that we have more crucial, important issues in Africa which we should discuss, and that they put it to us about Mozambique. So straight away I moved to Mozambique because I concur with them. Honorable Speaker, we said Africa, local solutions to local problems. And we don't want external intervention in Africa because they most of the time exacerbate our problems. And therefore, if that is truly in our hearts and that's what we believe in, I think that we need to really, really look at our internal problems and see how we are going to tackle them. We cannot shy away from crisis. In my language, it is said that if you don't want to have problem with me, don't live with me. So the fact that we are living together, we are likely to have problems, but when we have problems, the important thing is to solve them. I believe that the Sahrawi problem has been lingering for decades. As I said here before I was even born, this problem was lingering. And therefore, I think that this parliament, which is a guiding institution to the AU and other organs, should be in a position not to shy away from that particular problem. It is crucial, it is urgent. We understand that going into such problems, you are going to annoy some people. But then we must be able to look at those problems squarely, look at the root causes of those problems, and be able to sit down as brothers and sisters in this continent and be able to solve those problems. I believe that is something that I want to still continue to maintain. As you can see, Honorable Speaker, Mauritius has been handed back some of the islands that they used to claim by the UK, even though it is not fully handed over to them, but at least there has been some progress. So I believe that because of that, we too should not, stay on our laurels, but we should make efforts to at least look at our problems and see how to solve them. Now Mozambique is burning. What are we going to do about it as this parliament is crucial. We should not wait until fire burns everything and then we start rushing after water. So, Honorable Speaker, I think that finally, I just want to say, concur with my Tunisian friend, that the major issue that the West is using against Africa is the death weapon. And if Africa is not careful, we are not going to make any development. We are going to continue to be recolonized. And I believe that the debt problem, the management of that debt is very important. And this parliament should come up with a model law that will spearhead how we are going to engage in debt management. Because unless we manage these debts, whether they forgive us or they don't forgive us, as long as our GDP is having a ratio of something like 80% of our GDP ratio is debt. I don't know how you're going to bring about any tangible development. All these things that we are going to be talking about will require finances. How are you going to pay finances if you are paying debts upon debts and upon debts every year to the West? So we need to look at that. I was discussing with a friend yesterday. I was saying, look, these debts is the main problem of our district. You take loan to build a road. You take a loan to build a house. You take a loan to build a hospital. You take a loan to build everything. At the end of the day, when your new budget comes, you take the big size of chunk of your budget to pay to debt. How are you going to make progress? And then people look at, grandiose projects and say, we are making development. But our people are suffering, are living in sacks, are living in homelessness, and so on and so forth. So we need to really, strategically look at those things and see how we are going to tackle them. On that note, I thank you, Honorable Speaker, and all the consultants for a very good job. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. The next speaker will be Honorable Abdul Sam Aroma from Mauritania. Not in the chamber.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله. صباح الخير. بالحقيقة لم أكن مهيئا للحديث لأنني تكلمت المرة الماضية، ولكن سيادة الرئيس ما دمتم أعطيتموني الكلمة فهي فرصة ثمينة سأستغلها لإبداء مجموعة من الملاحظات على تقرير لم أطلع عليه كاملا إلى هذا الصباح. الملاحظة الأولى هي أهمية أن يكون للبرلمان الإفريقي دور تشريعي فاعل ضمن البرلمانات الوطنية، وهذا لن يتأتى إلا بمراجعة منظومة القانون الإفريقي بشكل عام. دور البرلمان الإفريقي في الاتحاد الإفريقي نفسه ولا يتضمن أي دور تشريعي ملزم للقارة، وهذا في الحقيقة يعطيه أو يضعف من دوره الذي حتى وإن حصل عليه على مستوى النصوص ستبقى أمامه عقبات، فكيف هو غير موجود في النصوص والعقبات موجودة؟ إذن أرى أن جمعيتنا برلماننا الحالي عليه أن يولي هذه النقطة مسألة أساسية، لكي إذا لم يكن له دور تشريعي نافذ، وهذه ملاحظة قدمها أحد زملائي الآن أننا وافقنا على نقاط وما زالت هناك 40 دولة لم توافق على هذه النقاط، وأن من يمثلون هذه الدول البرلمانيين الخمسة الموقرين الذين يأتون إلينا أنهم لم يتمكنوا من إقناع برلماناتهم الوطنية أم لم يقوموا بهذا الدور، ومرد ذلك من وجهة نظري هو قناعتهم بأن الدور التشريعي للبرلمان هو بمثابة دور استشاري لا غير. الناحية الثانية تقدم بها زملاء ونواب قبلي، وهي تعزيز دور البرلمان الإفريقي في تسوية النزاعات الإفريقية. وهناك أكثر من نزاع، وهي نزاعات دامية ومكلفة، وغالبا ما نعول عليها وفي حلها على القوى الأجنبية وخصوصا القوى الغربية التي لا يأتي منها الحل إلا الحلول التي تخدم مصالحها لا تخدم أي طرف من أطراف إفريقيا. بالتالي ما دام البرلمان الإفريقي يمكن أن يعزز دوره في هذه النقطة فهذه مسألة هامة، وأظن أنها من النقاط الاستراتيجية التي ينبغي أن يتضمنها التقرير ويعول عليه. النقطة الأخيرة وهي أننا نواجه تحولا ومنعطفا حاسما على المستوى العالمي، بروز قوى وتقهقر قوى أخرى، وكل المعطيات الموضوعية تؤهل قارة إفريقيا على أن يكون لها دور قوي، لا من ناحية الموارد ولا من ناحية الموارد البشرية والموارد الاقتصادية ولا من ناحية المؤهلات في الرهان الدولي. بالتالي هذا الموقع ينبغي أن يكون الاستعداد له والذهاب إليه ضمن خطة عامة يكون لبرلماننا الإفريقي دور فيها. وأشكركم والسلام عليكم.
Thank you, Honorable. Honorable Salifu Ewawu of Gambia.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, for giving me the floor. Mr. President, let me first of all thank the Bureau and then the experts, plus honorable members, and then the Office of the Clerk for coming up with this very important strategic plan. Mr. President, the first draft was laid before us last week, and then honorable members debated on it, and then proposals were made, and then
interpretation, please. French.
Hello?
Okay.
Mr. President, then all these were incorporated in this final draft. Now, Honorable Speaker, I think this is a document that we own as a parliament, and then we need to implement it in the next 4 years. Honorable Speaker, you can agree with me that there can never be any headway if there is no proper planning. We must plan properly in order to be able to achieve our aspirations and our goals. Honorable Speaker, in Africa, planning is something that we are all afraid with. It's something that we can do very well. But our hindrance or our inefficiency is in the implementation side. Implementation is the greatest problem in Africa. And the biggest hindrance to the implementation is for the union to give funding to PAP at the right time. I think it is high time that the AU be ready to be funding the Pan-African Parliament at the right time. And Honorable Speaker, there are also so many challenges that we are facing. That is, there are so many protocols that are ratified and that are signed are not yet ratified. Some are not even signed, neither they are ratified. And I think Africa should wake up now so that they'll be able to ratify and then they'll be able to sign and ratify all these instruments so that at least the Agenda 2063 that we are yearning for will be able to see the light at the end of the tunnel. On that note, Honorable Speaker, thank you very much for giving me the floor. I hear softly. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, take the floor is Honorable Mariam of Sahrawi.
شكرا سيد الرئيس. معالي الأعضاء، لن أطيل عليكم لأن جل الأفكار قد أتى بها الأعضاء قبلي، ولكن ما أريد أن أقوله أولا أشكر لهذا المشروع المعدل على هذه الأفكار الأكثر وضوحا، ولكن في بعض المجالات نرى أنه يبقى محتشم ولا يسمي الأمور بمسمياتها، مثل الإشارة إلى مثلا مناطق الصراعات والحروب. وهنا أقترح أن ينص على توصيات حول التعجيل بإيجاد حل لهذه النزاعات بين الدول الإفريقية، وكذلك تعزيز حقوق الإنسان، وبالتالي نكون نعمل في الإطار وحدود مسؤولياتنا. كما أثني على عمل الأمانة العامة على هذا العمل الجيد والصياغة الجيدة، ونتمنى منهم كذلك من أجل مواصلة أداء الأمانة إدراج انشغالاتنا في هذا اليوم وإدراج جميع النقاط المتعلقة من أجل إثراء هذا المشروع، وبالتالي نكون قد أعددنا خطة تفصيلية بجميع انشغالات الأعضاء. شكرا.
Thank you, Honorable. The next speaker is Honorable Mohammed Saleh Kaya, Chad.
Merci, très honorable président. Je pense après toutes ces interventions, beaucoup de points ont été pris en compte. Mais ce qui est sûr, je tiens à remercier très sincèrement les experts qui ont finalisé les documents, le plan stratégique du Parlement panafricain et qui ont pris la plupart de nos observations en compte, notamment nous avons parcouru le document très rapidement. L'introduction a été modifiée positivement et également la restructuration a été reprise, l'intégration des caucus, beaucoup de points ont été améliorés. Monsieur le Président, certainement cela va faciliter la compréhension et la mise en œuvre de ce plan stratégique, mais aussi il permet d'évaluer les progrès effectués par le Parlement panafricain, faire ressortir les forces, les faiblesses et également les opportunités. Mais seulement le problème réside sur les mécanismes de mise en œuvre de ces plans stratégiques. Je dis cela parce que nous ne maîtrisons pas le budget. Tout est lié au financement de nos activités. Le sénateur, l'honorable de la Côte d'Ivoire, a très bien soulevé quand on élabore un plan de ce genre, il nous faut absolument le diagramme ou le chronogramme des activités avec les périodes, les moyens, et je ne sais pas. Maintenant, les financements que nous ne maîtrisons pas nous amènent à nous interroger sur la suite qui sera réservée à ces plans stratégiques. Autrement dit, ce plan stratégique, est-ce que c'est un plan définitif après l'adoption par le Parlement panafricain ou ce plan va passer par d'autres instances pour voir si ça répond aux moyens qui seront mis à la disposition de ce Parlement pendant la période donnée ou comment ça va se faire? C'est des questions qu'on se pose parce que si on prend le plan stratégique numéro 2, le plan stratégique numéro 2, page, je pense, c'est le page 19, si je ne me trompe pas. Oui. Et qu'il faut assurer le contrôle des politiques, plans, programmes et budgets de l'Union africaine. Oui, de l'Union africaine également. Il faut s'assurer aussi les indicateurs de performance de ces objectifs stratégiques. Si on prend ce point, moi je pense que comment nous allons les détailler, comment nous allons suivre, évaluer, c'est un domaine complexe et compliqué. Si on n'a pas les moyens, ça va être très difficile de réaliser. Donc, moi, ce que je propose et ce que je demande, à ce que le bureau de l'Assemblée mettra un mécanisme qui va travailler en permanence avec les instances de l'Union africaine pour faciliter la mise en œuvre de ce plan stratégique qui est riche et varié et qui correspond à toutes les stratégies qui étaient prises auparavant par les documents de base. Je vous remercie, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you. Next, take the floor is Honorable Welcome Lamini.
Thank you, Honorable President, but I've already made my submission.
Sorry?
I've already made my submission, Honorable President.
Thank you. Honorable Baja, Algeria.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. اعتزازا بإسلامي السلام عليكم جميعا. شكرا سيد الرئيس على الكلمة. نعرف أن دور البرلمان الإفريقي هو استشاري ليس بتشريعي ولا رقابي، وأيضا ندرك أنه يعمل بمثابة الذراع التقييمي لإطار الحوكمة القارية الإفريقية، وله تفويض بتمثيل مصالح وأصوات المواطنين الأفارقة، وهو أيضا ملتزم بتعزيز الإدارة القائمة على النتائج لتحقيق الأهداف في أقل وقت وأقل جهد وأقل تكلفة. الأهداف الأربعة للبرلمان الإفريقي المدرجة لتنفيذ أجندة الاتحاد الإفريقي للخطة الاستراتيجية للفترة الممتدة من سنة 2024 إلى سنة 2028 هي حقيقة الاعتراف بالجهود المستمرة التي يبذلها البرلمان الإفريقي لمواصلة تعزيز دوره الاستشاري، التنوع والشمول، ضرورة تعزيز الشفافية والنزاهة، وأيضا قمع الفساد، الحياد والمهنية، التعاون والعمل الجماعي، بناء القدرات المؤسسية، وأيضا الابتكار وتعزيز الشراكة والتنسيق والتواصل وخلق الوعي. لدي ملاحظتين يجب إدراجهما والعمل بهما. أولا، البرلمان الإفريقي يناهض من أجل العمل الاستشاري، وهو الدفاع عن القضايا العادلة، وهنا دور البرلمان في تعزيز الأمن والسلم. لم نجد أي بند ضمن الأهداف الأربعة متعلق ومرتبط بالسلم والأمن، رغم أن القارة تتخبط في النزاعات والاختلافات القائمة. أيضا لدي ملاحظة ثانية، وهي يجب أن ننظر في لجنة المحاسبة والتدقيق ونعطي لها صبغة تقييمية حقيقية لتفادي أي مشكل مالي ونحافظ على سمعة البرلمان مستقبلا. على العموم سيد الرئيس، خطة استراتيجية مقبولة يجب تعزيزها بجهود مشتركة وتنسيق الدائم والمشترك لتحسين أداء البرلمان الإفريقي مستقبلا. شكرا.
Thank you. Next, take the floor is Honorable Anatropia Theonest, Tanzania.
Nashukuru kwa nafasi. Kwanza nianze kupongeza uandaaji wa hii strategic plan, kwa sababu ndo namna pekee tunayoweza kujua tunaelekea wapi, kwa sababu kuna msemo mmoja, msomi mmoja aliwahi kuandika kwamba by failing to prepare you are preparing to fail. Kwa hiyo kuandaa strategic plan, it is definitely kwamba miaka 4 inayokuja tujejiandaa kufail. Ni andiko zuri, ni document zuri, ukisoma unaona kweli papo imejiandaa kufanya kazi. Lakini itakuja kwa kuuliza swali, tangu lini tumewahi kuwa na changamoto ya mawazo? Ili linakuja sio pap, bali mabunge yetu mengi au bali nchi yetu tumekuwa na mipango mingi mizuri. Siku zote huwa tuna plani vizuri, lakini unakuja kushangaa kila baada ya muda unaona mipango haijatekelezeka. Lakini vivyo hivyo katika bunge letu hili, Tumekuwa na mipango mizuri mingi na kwa wakati mwingi. Ni kwa nini tumekuwa hatuwezi kuzitekeleza? Moja kati ya wimbo au ngonjera ambayo kwa muda mrefu tumekuwa tukisema ni changamoto ya budget. Na ninyi mtakubaliana na mimi, kuna wakati mwingine hata vikao vilikuwa vinashindwa kukaa kwa sababu ya changamoto ya budget. Kwa hiyo hata kama una mpango mizuri kwa kiwango gani, kama una budget hauwezi kufanya vikao, it's definitely hautaweza kuifanya. Sasa mimi nimekuwa nikijiuliza, ukisoma protocol ya kuanzishwa kwa hii hapa act au kuanzisha kwa hii bunge, the protocol to the Constitutive Act of the African Union relating to Pan-African Parliament, inatupa mandate. Ukisoma ile article ya 8 kifungu cha 4 kifungu kidogo cha A, unaona kwamba Pan-African Parliament shall have power in accordance with this protocol or with the financial rule and regulation of African Union to engage in funding raising activities. Sisi act iliyotuanzisha inatupa uwezo wa kufanya fundraising activities, tuweze kupata fedha za kujiendesha, lakini kwa kiwango gani tumeweza kutumia mamlaka tulionayo ili tuweze kuepukana na changamoto ya budget ambayo mara nyingi tunashindwa kufanya malengo yetu kwa sababu tuna changamoto ya budget. Lakini ukisoma pia kifungu kingine ambacho kimeanzisha hili bunge, Article 17, kifungu cha 2 inasema the Pan-African Parliament may convene in the territory of any member state at the invitation of the member state. Ni kwa nini nasoma haya? Wakati mwingine tunashindwa kufanya vikao kwa sababu hatuna budget, hatuna fedha za kulipa pengine watumishi na logistical issues. Lakini unaweza ukakuta kuna mabunge mengine, bunge la Tanzania, bunge la Kenya na nyingine mnaweza kumention, ambao zinaweza kuwa tayari kutu accommodate kulipa hizo gharama ili tuweze kwenda tufanye vikao na kuendeleza activities zetu. Ni kwa kiwango gani hichi kifungu tumekifanyia kazi? Nakumbuka mara ya mwisho tulikuwa na nafasi ya kwenda kufanya vikao vyetu kwenye bunge la Uganda. Kilichotokea kilitokea, lakini baada ya hapo nini kiliendelea? Walikuwa tayari kutu accommodate, na ina maana wangeweza kupunguza budget ya PAP kwa kuinka some expenditures and costs. Kwa hiyo kwa kufanya hicho tunakuwa tumepunguza budget ambao siku zote tunashindwa kufanya kazi zetu kwa sababu ya kusingizia budget. Kwa hiyo mimi naomba tuliangalie vizuri, ni unless tunaondokana na changamoto ya budget ndio hii strategic plan inaweza ikafanikiwa. Lakini kitu kingine ambacho nataka sisi tujadili kama bunge hapa ni kwa kiwango gani mambo ambayo tumekuwa tukijadili hapa tumekuwa tukiyafanyia forum. Tumekuwa tukijadili, tunakuja hapa na model laws. To what extent those model laws are being implemented in our national governments, kwenye parliamenti zetu. Sasa mimi natamani hii tunavyoandaa strategic plan to come up na components ambao sisi member state tunapokuwa tunatoka kwenye mabunge yetu tupewe forum ambao tunaweza tukapresent kwamba tulipofika kwenye bunge letu hapa tulijadili 1 2 3, tulivyoenda kwenye bunge letu tukawasilisha kimepokelewa hivi na hivi na vile. Na kama tulichojadili hapa tukakipeleka kwenye bunge letu kimekuwa kigumu, basi turudishe feedback hapa. Hiyo ndo namna pekee tunaweza kuona tunaenda mbele tunarudi nyuma. Kutengeneza model laws za kutosha, kupitisha mafungu ya kutosha, kama hayawezi kuwa implemented kule tunakoenda, itakuwa ni kushinda hapa na kupiga makelele. Kwa hiyo hayo ni machache naweza kuyasema. Tuje na vitu ambavyo tutengeneze unazita measurable objectives. Kama kuna hizo model laws ambao tuna uhakika zikienda kwenye parliaments zetu, kwenye nchi zetu, zitafanya kazi na zitaleta efficiency. Mimi nawashukuru kwa hayo machache. Mungu awabariki sana. Asante sana.
Next, take the floor, Honorable Rahab Wachira, Kenya.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. First and foremost, I want to thank the team which came up with this strategic plan. And I want to echo on what our colleague has said. It is a good document. My question is one, are we going to implement the document? The other thing is regarding the Committee on Cooperation, International Relations and Conflict Resolution. I happen to be a member of that committee, and we have a very important model law which we've been discussing. and I can see it is not there. The model law was about the nationality and eradication of statelessness. And the purpose of the law intended to regulate the laws and assumption of citizenship with the objective to prevent and eradicate statelessness. The objective of the law is to promote, protect, and ensure respect to nationality and ensure that statelessness in Africa is prevented and eradicated. So I feel that is important. It's good to include it here because I know in the course of the week, the chair will come and do a presentation. And considering we are here as a Pan-African, we are trying to fight for the rights of our people. So I think it's important to include it. Thank you, Mr. President.
Next, take the floor is Honorable Roku, Guinea Equatorial.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente. Miembros de la mesa, honorables diputados y senadores aquí presentes. Señor presidente, este Plan Estratégico 2028 tiene muchísimos desafíos y estos desafíos no vienen de otros lugares, porque según el trabajo de este documento, esta comisión que ha trabajado este documento, también van mis felicitaciones a ellos, porque lo han elaborado muy bien y eso refleja todo lo que aquí pensamos. No sé si está la traducción. ¿Tienen traducción? ¿Tienen traducción?
Yes.
Ok, muchas gracias. Estaba diciendo que felicitaba al grupo de trabajo que ha elaborado este plan, este documento, y también estaba hablando de lo que es el desafío que tiene este Plan Estratégico 2024. Señor presidente, los problemas nuestros en África deben tener soluciones africanos. Este documento habla de desafíos y habla también de amenazas. Y verdaderamente tienen razón los que han elaborado este documento. Eso no tiene que ser ni desafío ni amenazas. Tiene que ser soluciones que nosotros todos aquí tenemos que buscar la manera de trabajar y encontrar consensos entre todos. Porque para empezar, África ya no es África de ayer. África es otro África. Hoy en día, nuestros recursos humanos en África cada día son de más calidad. En cada uno de nuestros países, sea científicos, economistas, ingenieros, juristas, doctores, por cada kilómetro de nuestros pueblos. ¿Eso qué quiere decir? Eso quiere decir que los problemas con esa calidad de recursos humanos podemos encontrar soluciones. Y eso nos garantiza sabiamente nuestros problemas, amenazas, sean internos como externos. Es muy importante la unidad africana y ratificar sobre todo los protocolos que nos benefician a todos. Porque ¿cómo podemos tener plenos poderes cuando aquí ignoramos la razón de tener plenos poderes y no tenerlos también? Por ejemplo, voy a citar un ejemplo. Aquí, para tener plenos poderes en este Parlamento Panafricano, que es el PAP, no estamos ratificando ni el protocolo de Malabo, porque todos lo reconocemos. Y desde la mesa que aquí tenemos presente, los miembros de la mesa son líderes y deben ellos también hacer ejemplos que todos nosotros, que sabemos de que ellos están sentados al frente de nosotros, ellos son nuestros grandes ejemplos los que tenemos. Y cada día que llegamos aquí, tenemos confianza en ellos. Y es en este caso que yo digo de que tenemos que rectificar todo lo que beneficia a África y el Parlamento Panafricano. Muchísimas gracias.
That brings us to the end of the list that shown the people who had registered. Yes, the next step is to invite the consultants or experts to respond to issues raised.
Yes. Thank you, Your Excellency, and the members for the contributions. I'll quickly respond on some issues, and then the rest are comments that will be integrated again. On the timelines and the implementation, that was the first comment on short and long-term plans. That is the document, when you check in the appendix, there is an implementation plan. That's where it will be included, and we shall show when each of the activities will be implemented, and I think we shall group them into the short and long term. On translation, I think the translation will be addressed. We apologize for the naming of the audit or the CAPA committee, and I think it is on page 4. We shall change the name and read the charter as guided to make sure that all the functions are addressed. The correction on 11th November of the date will also be attended to, and the metrics of the Bureau, Secretariat, all the committees, we shall be able to integrate it. There was a comment again on funding and the issues of G20, where the members of PAP can accompany AU. That is a comment that will be taken into consideration. The absence of the fact-finding mission on Africa, that was an observation, and also improving the diagram on the delivery mechanism. I think there was a challenge on translation that is in English in some documents which are translated. On oversight, the comment from Burundi, again, we shall address the name of that committee and all the functions, and also address our minds to the guidelines of auditing, which are included in the AU documents. There was a comment on funding and why PAP should put in place the guidelines on handling some donor funding, which may not be in line with the priority of PAP. We are developing a resource mobilization strategy guideline, and I think we have also included one activity of developing delivery mechanisms for most of the activities. The spirit of Pan-Africanism, it is one of the driving, guiding principles, and the issues of results-based management are also clearly articulated. That's why the strategic objectives, each of them now is arranged, their outcomes to be achieved. There is the impact, and the impact relates to the activities. The Committee on Women. So we have taken note of all the other comments, Your Excellency, and the members, and the error on page 23 regarding the figure. We shall be able to attend to that. The inclusion of the model law on food security, I think, under the committee of agriculture, and leaving one activity for FAO, as well as the need to include an activity on follow-up on regional programs by that committee. We shall attend to that. There was a Honorable Patrick Oshabe, I think it was on audit, and we are going to address it. The issue of conflicts and solving those conflicts by African solutions, we are going to attend to that. From Gambia, there was a comment on housing and cross-border issues. We have taken note of that. And the Honorable from Tanzania was emphasizing the importance of implementation of the strategic plan and the power of PAP to do the fundraising. And this will be, again, very well articulated in the resource mobilization strategy. The Committee on Cooperation and Conflict Resolution, which is working on the model law on eradication of statelessness, we shall include that. It will be among the, if it is about to be completed, it will be one of the first deliverables of the strategic plan. Your Excellency and the honorable members, on our side, we appreciate all the comments that have come in, and on the spirit of continuous improvement, we shall attend to all the comments and address the same in the final strategic plan and develop other supporting documents. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Another round of applause. Now, before we request for the adoption, there is a question on which is this strategic plan going to be considered by other organs before implementation? The answer is that we are an organ ourselves, like other organs. And we develop our own strategic plan, because it's about the vision of PAP, how PAP wants to achieve its mandate. It cannot be done by any other organ other than ourselves. None but ourselves as PAP should develop its own strategic plan. So it's ours. But in doing so, we invite other stakeholders during the process, not for them to approve. No, it's us who adopt it in this chamber. But during the process, I remember we invited Director of Strategic Planning from Addis, AU. That was during the process, and we invited so many people on the 1st and 2nd November during the workshop to develop this plan. So the answer is no, it is not going to be, although it's considered, but approved. But we share the document with key stakeholders, and they kept saying it last week, and I was saying the European Union has an interest. Our own AU has an interest. So all those people that have an interest, we share with them what we have adopted as the strategic plan. Yes, the issue of implementation. Maybe let me start by the issue raised by the Honorable from Tanzania, that PAP can sit anywhere. And last year there was Uganda. And once we sit in another country, it means we save on our budget. It's not actually true. That's not true. When we sat in Egypt, in Sudan, we do what's called the host country agreement with the country where we are sitting. When we sit in South Africa, we have what we call a host country agreement with the South African government. So they undertake to provide transport from the airport, from hotels, provide such facilities as we are in the chamber. But there are costs that are borne by PAP through the AU budget. Those, whether we sit in South Africa or we sit in Uganda, those are upon us. The beneficiary when we go to Uganda is South Africa. Not that the PAP budget is not being used, no. the beneficiary is South Africa, because South Africa means they are no longer providing transportation to picking people, hiring vehicles, picking people from the airport, picking people from the hotels. That part is for South Africa, the host. So when you see another country, it means that country has taken over the responsibilities of South Africa as a host government to PAP. Another country for that 2 weeks period is the host. But in terms of the major cost of a session is actually interpretation and translation. That is still borne by PAP and other usual costs of a session. But the one that would have saved South Africa mainly when we move to another country, that is the major beneficiary. The issue of an implementation plan not having resources. Those who are experts in strategic planning will tell you that that means the plan itself was not strategic. There is a difference between planning and planning strategically. When you plan strategically, you read the environment correctly. You know the challenges, the strengths, the opportunities. So budget becomes one of the constraints or challenge. So as you plan, you'll be saying, because how do we raise the resources? Or how do we plan and still implement within that resource envelope? So if you divorce yourself from the realities of the environment, including budget, and you say we're doing strategic planning, you are not doing strategic planning. There's nothing strategic. Strategic means you have read correctly the signals in the environment, the political environment, the legal environment, the financial situation. And then when you plan, you make sure that those are considered and you plan realistically in sympathy to those challenges. So if you plan and when you implement, there's no money completely, then that plan was not strategic. So at this stage, we have reached a stage where we should adopt the plan.
Point of clarification.
We have put to the stage where we need to adopt the plan. Some have proposed amendments. One approach would be to say, look, let's adopt it and request the consultants to include in their final those amendments. Others will say, can they go and incorporate the amendments and come back again for adoption? I'll ask only 2 people who want to speak on that one. In very white, is that Gambia?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I would suggest that we adopt with amendments so that the consultants go and incorporate the observations that are being made rather than to go and come again. Because when they come again, we are going to debate again and they will put some new things there. So when are we going to end this thing? Thank you.
Honorable, that...
Monsieur le Président, je soutiens ce que mon collègue de la Gambie vient de dire. Il faut qu'on adopte le plan sous réserve des corrections à faire. Merci.
I think I said 2. Both of them agree. So we take it that I shall now put the draft strategic plan for adoption. Strategic plan for adoption, yes. Is that agreed to? the plan is adopted, but there is a procedural issue being raised. Let's hear the procedure issue.
Mr. President, thank you so much. The matters raised by members here are very highly critical. We still have some days here, and the consultant still has some time here with us. Why the rush, Mr. President?
Thank you.
Members have proposed matters to do with the provision of activities within the strategic plan. They've proposed so many critical things here, Mr. President. Kindly reconsider that decision to adopt now before you have something final for this House. Thank you.
Thank you. In the interest of democracy, Honorable Patrick, sorry, I've maybe mispronounced your surname. I would rather use his first name. You will agree that this is your first appearance today. You want also to appreciate that we had a 2-day workshop, and I know you are busy in Uganda. We also had a presentation by the consultants in this chamber, and we members raised after the workshop. They presented, and the members proposed amendments on the document, and then we wanted to adopt that day, and then we said no, we want to adopt. Go and clean the document. Now they've come back having cleaned. Members raised new issues. So it's not about, we've not rushed. We actually had an opportunity to comment and send them back. I think it was last Thursday. Now we are back. Members have added. So otherwise this document will come back for a third time. If we do it, that's so we can't say rushed. This is the second, apart from the workshop, it has appeared in the House twice. I think that cannot be seen as a rushed document. A rushed document in my parliament, a minister comes at 2 p.m. or 3, they want their whatever bill, they want to suspend the rules of rising at 7, and that same afternoon you quickly pass the law. That's a rushed law. But I think we've been fair to this process. I think the consultants should take note of the comments. But this is not the end of everything. This document will go back to the members and the committees. And the committees are empowered through the office of the clerk to summon the consultants if they need some further improvement. Because after all, a strategic document that is not cast in stone. Every committee has room to continuously improve and renew depending on the situation that they are in. So, Honorable Patrick, I request that in view of the fact that this is the second time with comments from members that the consultants are here, we accept the adoption, and then each committee can summon the consultants if they see that they need to improve further. Now, adopted. Okay. The clerk will make announcements. So, clerk announcements.
Honorable President, lunch will be at honorable members' costs. And there's no other announcement for this time.
So the House stands adjourned until 2:30 this afternoon, when we will, sorry. Honorable members, when we come back at 2:30, the business will be election of the first vice president coming from the northern region. I want to plead to you that all of you be punctual at 2:30 when we count the numbers of those present, or the number of members present in the chamber. Should the numbers not be the ones that would be acceptable in terms of the rules, it means there will be no elections. So, can we ask, I know there are some people in this room who are around, who have not come for the morning. Maybe they are just coming for elections, I don't know. Can we please encourage everybody, caucus chairpersons, please encourage everybody. We have a bureau meeting right away, and I want to announce that after the elections, we will hold a bureaucracy meeting in Committee Room 3. So if there are any members who are members of bureaucracies who are not around, tell them that there will be a bureaucracy meeting this afternoon after the sitting in the afternoon. The House stands adjourned. Sorry, Honorable Yusuf.
بسم الله. شكرا سيد الرئيس على إعطاء هذه نقطة نظام فقط لهذه فيما يخص الانتخابات. يعلم الجميع السادة النواب الموجودين هنا بهذه القاعة أن الانتخابات سوف تكون لشغر منصب النائب الأول للبرلمان الأفريقي. هذا المنصب هو مخصص لمجموعة الشمال. السيد الرئيس، نأمل منكم مطالبة الإدارة بأن يتم تعميم في الغرفة الخاصة بالبرلمان الأفريقي غرفة الواتساب، بحيث يطالب كل النواب بالحضور هذه الظهيرة في الجلسة المزمع عقدها خلال هذه أو الساعة 2:30. الحضور هو مهم جدا جدا، فنأمل منكم أن تخاطبوا الإدارة بأن يتم الإعلان داخل مجموعة واتساب. شكرا سيد الرئيس.
That was simply an emphasis from the caucus, acting caucus chair, on the message that all of you be here by 2:30. Thank you very much. We adjourn until 2:30.
The fourth ordinary session of the 6th Parliament of the of an integrated, prosperous and peaceful
are facing serious difficulties to survive.
The Pan-African Parliament plays a The fourth ordinary session
The Agenda 2063 is a continental.
The fourth ordinary session of the 6th Parliament of the Pan-African Parliament opened on the 4th of November and will end on the 15th of November 2024. His Excellency Musa Faki Mahamat, Chairperson of the African Union Commission, addressed the plenary of the Pan-African Parliament on the State of the Union. The African Union, driven by its vision of an integrated, prosperous and peaceful Africa, has been working tirelessly to promote citizen inclusion and cooperation among member states. At the heart of this effort is the Pan-African Parliament, a critical institution that represents the voices of the African people.
We are a family. We've come to transact business for the continent. It will be 2 weeks of engagement by MPs on issues of the continent and the people on this continent, who generally the majority are facing serious difficulties to survive.
The Pan-African Parliament plays a vital role in shaping policies that addresses numerous challenges that hinder the continent.
Dans sa conception, le Parlement panafricain a été envisagé pour être la voix des peuples. Au sein de l'Union africaine, il est impératif d'envisager une allocation adéquate des ressources au Parlement.
Mimi kama Kenya kwa mfano na nchi zingine, nikitoa pesa zangu za mwananchi wa kawaida, ningependa kujua hiyo pesa inatumika namna gani. Yani kizungu anaitwa oversight.
Our consultative role, our advisory role, allow us to debate on that budget of the union. Given that the budget is a budget of the taxpayers needs transparency and accountability, it should come to the representatives of the people.
سأركز اليوم مداخلتي في التغيرات المناخية. مشكل التغيرات المناخية سيد الرئيس، عندنا الجفاف، عندنا الفيضانات، وعندنا كذلك المجاعة.
C'est le serpent qui est en train d'aller se mordre la queue. Pendant qu'ils reconnaissent ça, il nous faut un minimum de budget. Donc, en 2025, là, il va falloir que nous sautons sur l'occasion pour que nous ayons un plan de travail annuel qui croise vraiment tout ce qui concerne le challenge.
I believe that Agenda 2063 cannot be achieved if all of us here in the future who will govern Africa during 2063 cannot understand Pan-Africanism.
If we become a leader in a society, we must make sure that the principles of Pan-Africanism is well understood and digested. And not only digested, it has to be practicalized in a sense that we have to live by the principle that is to unify Africa under one umbrella.
The parliamentarians should be able to make an effort to advocate within their member countries so that the commitments that the countries agreed towards the realization of resource mobilization for the continent are achieved.
Qu'au niveau de l'Afrique, nous regorgeons des richesses inestimables et que cette manne profite les autres continents, sauf celle qu'on a besoin le plus, à savoir l'Afrique. D'après vous, quels sont les obstacles et les freins qui handicapent notre continent pour développer des industries avec les matières premières que nous disposons?
We must promote our culture. Stop this language that divides us.
Thanks to your collective wisdom and high sense of responsibility, it is therefore high time to ensure the transformation from a consultative body to a parliamentary institution with full legislative powers.
The Agenda 2063 is a continental development plan for Africa whose achievement will lead to an integrated, prosperous and peaceful Africa driven by its own citizens and represent a dynamic force in the international arena. Agenda 2063 is committed to ensuring economic transformation that leads to higher standards of living for Africans. Improved education standards driven by a skills revolution founded on science, technology and innovation. Unity in society where democracy and good governance prevail and the universal principles for human rights, justice and the rule of law are pursued. Modern agriculture that leads to food security, improved productivity and production. Development of a blue ocean economy for accelerated economic growth. Protection of our environment and natural resources and the growth of renewable energy sources. Building world-class infrastructure across the continent. Establishment of functional and capable institutions supported by transformative leadership. a peaceful Africa where security and stability is guaranteed and guided by a fully functional and operational African peace and security architecture, APSA. Promoting an African cultural renaissance embedded in the ideals of Pan-Africanism. Full gender equality in all spheres of life. African youth are engaged and empowered. Establishing Africa's own financial and monetary institutions that take full responsibility for financing Africa's development. Access to quality health services and proper nutrition for all citizens. An Africa that commands its place in global affairs, working with partners who will promote and support our economic development. Let us unite to build the Africa we want. Visit www.au.int to learn more about Agenda 2063.
The fourth ordinary session of the 6th Parliament of the Pan-African Parliament opened on the 4th of November and will end on the 15th of November 2024. His Excellency Musa Faki Mahamat, Chairperson of the African Union Commission, addressed the plenary of the Pan-African Parliament on the State of the Union. The African Union, driven by its vision of an integrated, prosperous and peaceful Africa, has been working tirelessly to promote citizen inclusion and cooperation among member states. At the heart of this effort is the Pan-African Parliament,
Right. Let me go ahead and listen. I see. You told me this from day one. When you see him, let me go for that. Yeah.
some numbers, but I want to quickly respond to the issue of why are we counting now when we didn't count since last Monday. I want to praise the honorable member who has raised this question. It's a very good question, and I'm happy to receive that question. The issue of quorum is respected if there could be likelihood of a lawsuit which is based on the composition or the numbers that made a particular decision. If there's potential challenge of the decision. Now, when we sit in the morning at 9 and there are 40, 50 people and some are late, because we are not passing any decision that can be challenged by anyone, we proceed with business. That's basically the attitude. And I'm just being advised that the last week we kept counting every day. It's me, what's the staff? How many are we? We were revolving around 93, basically on average. This morning we were below 70, but the number is now improved from morning. I want to emphasize that sitting, debating without any legal consequences in terms of challenge, that a decision should be made by this House in terms of the rules which say there shall be so many numbers, that's okay. But if it is just debating and no decision, or if it's for information, if I come in this chamber and I found there are only 20 people, and I'm only relaying a message, just a message from somewhere to say, by the way, you are all informed that on Thursday we are all going to Cape Town. That has no legal consequences. No one can say there was no quorum, because I was just giving you information. And when we debate, there is no voting. But where there is a potential for voting, and I want to repeat that one, you have to go back to the rules. Because when voting has its own rules, in order for you to vote, there shall be so many numbers. But if there's no voting, we sit. That is basically why we have counted today, because voting requires certain rules of voting, which then says there should be a quorum. And I can repeat that point. There should be a quorum because we are going to vote. As you know, the rules say, even if there is one candidate, we should vote. That's what the rules say. Right. Is that clear for those who raised that question? Is that clear? Honorable Yusuf? Yes.
شكرا سيد الرئيس. أتحدث إليكم الآن بصفتي رئيسا مكلف لمجموعة الشمال. تعلمون سيد الرئيس أن هذا المنصب الشاغر في مكتب الرئاسة هو مخصص لمجموعة الشمال. شكرا سيد الرئيس على إتاحة الكلمة لي. تعلمون السيد الرئيس والأخوة الزملاء، أنا أتحدث إليكم الآن بصفتي رئيسا مكلفا لمجموعة الشمال في البرلمان الأفريقي. هذا المنصب الآن الذي نتحدث عليه هو منصب مخصص إلى مجموعة الشمال. من موجود في هذا المنصب هو ممثل لإقليم الشمال. نحن في إقليم الشمال اتفقنا جميعا على أن يكون هذا المنصب لدولة موريتانيا، وتم اختيار أحد الأعضاء هي الدكتورة فاطماتو لتشغل هذا المنصب. نحن لا نرفض اللوائح ولا نتعارض مع اللوائح، نحترم اللوائح. نحن هنا نمثل في قارة أفريقيا، نحن كلنا أتينا بطريقة ديمقراطية فنحترم كل اللوائح المعمول بها. ولكن سيد الرئيس نحن الآن لا نتحدث على انتخاب المكتب، نتحدث على منصب شاغر، وهذا المنصب يجب أن يتم إعادة تكليفه من كان موجود فيه سابقا أو الدولة التي كانت تشغله سابقا. فهنا نتحدث ليس على انتخاب بشكل بمعناه انتخاب، نتحدث على أن هذا المنصب يجب أن يتم تكليف من يمثله من مجموعة الشمال التي مخصص لها هذا المكان. لذلك أنا أقول إن هذا التكليف ليس عبارة عن هو انتخاب، ولكن هو عبارة عن استمرار مهمة لدولة موريتانيا. نحن في مجموعة الشمال اتفقنا جميعا على أن تستمر دولة موريتانيا في هذا المكان، فلذلك ألتمس من هذه القاعة ومن سيادتكم أن يتم التصديق على قرار مجموعة الشمال بأن يتم تكليف السيدة فاطماتو من موريتانيا بشغل هذا المنصب، وهذا الشيء لا يتعارض مع اللوائح. كما نقول نحن بالعربية عبارة عن تحصيل حاصل، انتخبنا اليوم أو الجلسة القادمة وتحصيل حاصل، فلذلك هي السيدة من موريتانيا مرشحتنا الوحيدة، لا توجد منافسة ولا يوجد شغور في باقي الأعضاء المكتب، عبارة عن منصب وحيد خاص مجموعة الشمال. نحن ندعم السيدة من موريتانيا تستمر بهذا المنصب. شكرا سيد الرئيس.
President. Please, point of order.
Excellent, Honorable Yusuf. And I tell you, in terms of my heart and spirit and love, I belong to the Northern Caucasus. So we are together. We are together. But let's do the minimum legal requirement. Then we find a better conclusion. Because if we change the procedure at this stage, it may not be wise. Let's get the point where we say, in view of this difficulty, and I'll give you the floor again, allow me to call upon the clerk.
President, Sayyid al-Rais.
Allow me to call upon the clerk.
Sayyid al-Rais. Point of order, please.
Allow me to call upon the clerk. I'll give you your chance. Allow me to call upon the clerk. Allow me, I'll not give anyone the floor now. Allow me to call upon the clerk. What you are going to say will be said later, I know. And I know what you want to say. So let's do the minimum. And then we get a point where we say, at this point, let us repair the situation. It will be a bad precedent for me to end where we are now. So allow the clerk to explain, and then we'll come back probably to the same conclusion. Thank you. I hope the interpreters are putting it so clearly the way I'm putting it. Interpreters, please put it so clearly. Otherwise, you cause more hands on the floor. Madam Clerk, take the floor.
Honorable President, I would like to read the following rules for the further deliberations of the House. I'll start with Part X of the Rules of Procedure currently prevailing on quorum and voting. Rule 55, quorum of meeting of Parliament. The quorum for a meeting of Parliament shall be constituted by a simple majority of the members. I'll also read Rule 56 on voting. Voting in the House shall be governed by the following principles. A, each member shall have one vote. B, decisions of the House shall be made by consensus. C, where there is no consensus, decisions of the House shall be made by a 2/3 majority of the members present and voting. D, where a matter is procedural and includes the question of whether a matter is one of procedure or not, the decision shall be made by a simple majority of members present and voting. And E, Where there's an equal number of votes, the presiding officer shall have a casting vote.
Done.
And then Rule 16 on the election of members of the Bureau. Elections of members of the Bureau shall be conducted in accordance with the provisions of Article 12.2 of the Protocol and the present rules of procedure. I'll stop there and begin to present the figures of the quorum for the meeting of Parliament.
Don't be disruptive. This is an election process. I respect and I hear some of your voices. I don't like the North more than myself. You seem to want to be more Northern than me. Yes, though I may come from Zimbabwe, but I also love the North. So don't show as if you represent the North more than the president. Can we have confidence in what we are doing? Thank you.
With the permission of the President, I'll just like to complete the reading of Rule 16. I'd read Rule 16.1, which says the election of the members of the Bureau shall be conducted in accordance with the provisions of Article 12.2 of the Protocol and the present rules of procedure. 16.2, at a general election of members of the Bureau, the President shall be elected first. 3, ad hoc committee of 5 members constituted by an elected representative from each regional caucus shall organize and preside over the election of the President.
That's not important because we're not electing a president.
Yes. 4, for Excellency, the election of the vice presidents shall be presided over by the President. Sub 5, the election of the President and the vice president shall be carried out at the first sitting of the Parliament following its inauguration, or at the sitting immediately following the vacancy. 6, the election shall be carried out by secret ballot and a simple majority of the members present and voting.
We are going round and round.
All right.
People are becoming impatient.
Okay.
I think we talk of nomination. The nomination required 2 people. 2 people register, whatever, who were identified. One is withdrawn. I think that's the type of issue that we want to hear about. Yes. Yes.
Would like to pause slightly to retrieve the procedural guide that refers to those procedures.
Right. Madam Craig, it's written here, you have written it here, where you say, I have received nominations for 2 candidates. That should come from you. It's not the president who receives. And that someone withdrew, there is now 1 candidate. I thought that's important. In terms of the rules,
I'll proceed as directed to the President to indicate that with regard to the nominations for the position of the first Vice President, I have received the nomination forms for 2 candidates, ensuring equal representation of men and women as prescribed in Appendix A in accordance with Rule 15.1 and 3 of the PAP Rules of Procedure for the following honorable members. Candidate 1, Honorable Dr. Fatimetu Habib from Mauritania, and 2, Honorable Sow Musa from Mauritania. I wish to inform the House about the withdrawal of candidates in accordance of Rule 15.5, and I do announce the withdrawal of Honorable Sow Musa. Regarding the numbers in the House, a full Parliament a full parliament of the Pan-African Parliament is constituted by 270 members, excluding Eritrea, that has not ratified the protocol. 25 member states are under sanction: Burkina Faso, Mali, Guinea, Sudan, and Niger, which reduces the number by 25. There are 4 countries that have gone for elections, which reduces the number further by 20. These are Guinea, Sao Tome, Principe, Botswana, and Togo. From this, we reduce a further eight members of parliament from the countries that have less than 5 members in their delegations sworn in. This includes these countries are Tanzania, Liberia, Cameroon, Nigeria, and South Africa. Therefore, our calculation is that a quorum for this sitting, a simple majority of a quorum for this sitting would be 110 based on a membership list of 217. Present in the room are 90. With respect to Rule 56 on voting in general, where the threshold is 2/3 of members present and voting, this would come to 60 members of parliament. Thank you.
بسيطة.
سيد الرئيس. نقطة النظام قراءة خاطئة للقانون الداخلي.
قراءة خاطئة للجواز. السيدة ما تعرف القانون؟ أمينة عامة دكتورة. هدى. شباب رئيس أصلي مفهوم. لا يمكن شيء. ها؟ Président.
Thank you. If we allow too many questions, it's no longer an election. But let us proceed as decision makers. And I don't know those questions, whether they will change or want to proceed to another stage. Honorable, yes. Yes, go ahead.
شكرا سيد الرئيس. أنا فاتح بوطبيق، عضو في البرلمان عن دولة الجزائر، وتشرفت أنني ترأست لجنة الترشيحات.
أوكي بوطبيق. نعم. Yes.
تشرفت بأنني ترأست لجنة الترشيحات لمرتين، وعلى ما أظن هيئة المكتب الموقر الحالية برئاستكم كنتم مرشحين في
Sorry, go ahead.
أعيد فأقول أنا الأستاذ فاتح بوطبيق، أستاذ في القانون وممثل عن دولة الجزائر، وأنني تشرفت أنني ترأست اللجنة العليا للإشراف على الانتخابات التي جرت سنة 2021 وهذه السنة، والتي كان من بينها المكتب الحالي. الأكيد حرصنا دائما هو على تطبيق سليم للقانون، وفي نفس الوقت كذلك تفعيل هذا البرلمان الذي يجب أن يصل إلى هدفه. سيد الرئيس، بكل احترام مما يتعلق الأمر بانعقاد دورات البرلمان، ونحن تعرضنا لهذه المسألة أثناء انتخاب هيئة المكتب الموقر الحالي وانتخابكم، وكان السؤال والجواب واضح أن النصاب القانوني متعلق بأول اجتماع للدورة البرلمانية على أساس الاعتماد، لأن كل القرارات التي تتخذ في دورة تشريعية المنصوص عليها في النظام الداخلي تخضع لأول اجتماع. أما التصويت داخل الجلسات فهناك نوعين من التصويت. كاين تصويت متعلق بالانتخاب ويخضع لقاعدة الأغلبية البسيطة، أي 50 زائد 1%. للأسف السيدة الأمينة العامة، ونرجع لنص المادة الأخيرة، المادة الأخيرة، وهناك التصويت المتعلق بمراجعة النظام الداخلي الذي يحتاج إلى ثلثي الأعضاء. ففيما يتعلق بالتصويت على انتخاب الهياكل والأجهزة تاع البرلمان فالأمر واضح، لا اجتهاد مع النص، فيتعلق ب50 زائد 1% من الأعضاء الحاضرين. فيما يتعلق بمراجعة القواعد والإجراءات فهنا المسألة واضحة متعلقة بثلثي أو أغلبية ثلثي الأعضاء تاع البرلمان. بالنسبة للنصاب القانوني، النصاب القانوني متعلق بأول اجتماع لدورة البرلمان، أين تفتتح الجلسة بحضور النواب، وكل الإجراءات وكل القرارات وكل التعليمات التي تخضع خلال الدورة النصاب القانوني مرتبط بالجلسة الأولى بناء على الاعتماد. فإذا كان خلاف الأمر فهنا نولي أمام مسألة أخرى، وهو ما هو مصير هذه الميزانية التي صرفناها خلال هذه الدورة، ما هي مصير كل القرارات وكل النقاشات التي يتم اتخاذها كذلك خلال هذه الدورة، ونصبح أمام تناقض. وحتى الأمر بكل أسف ما لم ألاحظ أبدا خلال الانتخابات السابقة، سواء بالنسبة إلى هيئة المكتب في تركيبته الحالية أو السابقة، لم ألاحظ أبدا سيد الرئيس عد الإخوة الزملاء أعضاء البرلمان. هذا تمييز بالنسبة لنا، ولا يعد في برلمان إفريقي يتوق إلى حماية حقوق الإنسان وينبذ التفرقة. فعلى ما أظن لا نميز ما بين جلسة وجلسة بعد الأعضاء، وهذا كلام كذلك موجه للزملاء، لا نقبل هذا الشيء أبدا. تطبيق سليم للقانون.
I can give you more time, but really you can't speak for 10 or 20 minutes. Look, be very brief, go the point. Make the point you want to give us. Then if it's good, we proceed. Just make the point.
سيد الرئيس.
أخيرا سيد الرئيس، لدينا ثقة كبيرة في شخصكم، لدينا ثقة كبيرة في شخصكم الكريم، وأنتم ما عانيتم في الانتخابات السابقة، ونعتبر أن اجتماعات البرلمان قانونية والتصويت يجرى، وهذا طبقا للقانون.
Arabic translation, no Arabic translation. It's up to an interpretation.
سيد الرئيس. سيد الرئيس.
No, Honorable Bodibik, you haven't finished. Yeah, but Honorable Bodibik is on the floor. Honorable Bodibik.
Thank you. سيد الرئيس، فقط أعيد لدينا ثقة كبيرة فيكم، ونحن كمجموعة الشمال المجموعة الإقليمية منسجمة على رأي بالإجماع بالتوافق بترشيح الدكتورة فاطمة، وهذا بناء على مواقف قمنا بها جميعا. نأمل أننا تستمر هذه الجلسة وتصل إلى التصويت بالقانون الداخلي، لأننا نعتبر أن هذه الدورة قانونية منذ البداية، والدليل على ذلك تصويت هذه الصبيحة واعتماد خطة 2024-2028 دليل على أن الاجتماع تاع المجلس تاع البرلمان اجتماع قانوني، والتصويت يكون بناء على نسبة 50 زائد 1% فقط، ولكن وسع النظر.
وقف زين عند اختي يعطيك الكلام. ها
But big, I was listening to see if. Hello? 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 Can we be orderly? Look, yes.
شكرا السيد الرئيس. أنا عبد الصمد حيكر من مجلس النواب المغربي، حاصل على الدكتوراه في القانون، تخصص القانون البرلماني. ولقد اطلعت جيدا هذا الصباح على النظام الداخلي ساري المفعول، ومع تأكيدنا طبعا السيد الرئيس نحن وإياكم متفقون جميعا على اعتماد الديمقراطية طبعا، وعلى احترام اللوائح المعتمدة وسارية المفعول. نحن الآن بصدد عملية انتخاب أحد نواب الرئيس من أجل ملء الشغور الناتج عن فراغ هذا المنصب نتيجة تعيين السيدة النائبة الأولى الأستاذة مسعودة وزيرة في الحكومة الموريتانية. طبعا طبقا للمساطر ينبغي أن يعرض الأمر على أنظار مجموعة الشمال، لأن بحكم أن الدكتورة مسعودة تنتمي إلى مجموعة الشمال. مجموعة الشمال طبعا بالإجماع اختارت مرشحة وحيدة هي دكتورة فاطمة. الآن هذه العملية نحن نناقش مسألة قانونية. عفوا سيد الرئيس.
Order. You know you are a doctor in law. What we want to hear from you is law.
Yes, yes.
Well, you are telling us what we know about Masauda. We know that.
Okay.
So just tell us about those.
سيد الرئيس، المادة من النظام الداخلي التي تنظم عملية انتخاب أحد نواب الرئيس هي المادة 16، والتي تنص في بندها رقم 6 على أن تجرى الانتخابات عن طريق الاقتراع السري وبالأغلبية البسيطة للأعضاء الحاضرين، خلافا لما ذكرته السيدة الأمينة العامة مشكورة، وقد أحالت على المادة 56 حيث يشترط توفر ثلثي الأعضاء المصوتين حينما يتعلق الأمر بالقرارات الإجرائية، وليس انتخاب أحد أعضاء المكتب الذي حسمته المادة 16.
Observation.
المسألة الثالثة سيد الرئيس، المسألة الأخرى وهو اشتراط تحقق النصاب في هذه الجلسة. تحقق النصاب أمر مطلوب في جميع أشغال هذا البرلمان وبالنسبة للدورة بكل جلساتها، وهو أمر جرى العمل على أن يتم التحقق منه في أول جلسة كما قال زميلي بطبيق.
Monsieur le Président.
التحقق من النصاب. عفوا سيد الرئيس.
Thank you.
ما زال لم أكمل.
Thank you, Honorable Member. We understand Rule 16(6). You have explained it. We have
noted. But I'm not finished.
Yes, Rule 16(6). We note it. We have noted it. Do you have any other rule?
Yeah. عندي أمور أخرى إضافية ينبغي أن أقولها سيد الرئيس. أنا لا أتحدث قليلا، نادرا ما أتحدث. عندي فكرتين أضيفهما باختصار. المسألة الأخرى إذا كان الأمر مطلوبا، إذا كان التحقق من توفر النصاب في هذه الجلسة مطلوبا، فقد كان الأمر مطلوبا حتى في جلسة الصباح وباقي الجلسات السابقة كي تكون مقرراتنا قانونية بعد تحقق النصاب، الأمر الذي لم نقوم به في كل مرة. المسألة الأخرى هي أنه حين انتخاب الرئيس والمكتب أول مرة وإعادة انتخاب الرئيس وملء الشغور لم نقم إطلاقا بالتحقق بها من هذا الشرط ديال النصاب القانوني. مسألة أخيرة هي أنه الإخوان في الإدارة اعتمدوا على احتساب عدد الحاضرين بناء على عدد التوقيعات. أنا أؤكد بأنه أنا شخصيا لم أوقع على الحضور، لذلك ينبغي أيضا إعادة التأكد من أن الجميع موقع.
Hello, Oda, you have taken too long on the floor. As you sit down, can you read Rule 55? As you sit down, you gave us 16.6. Read Rule 55, please. Rule 55. But anyway, we are going round and round. I don't think anybody is going to come up with any magical answer, even if you debate. I think we understand this matter even better than those who have PhDs in law.
Chair, observation, please.
We can debate, but I don't think you have any clause, any rule which you cite, which will address the problem. So we would rather give us chance to assist the process.
Yes, let's continue with the process.
To assist
Let's
the
continue.
process.
Let us not entertain debate here.
Monsieur le Président.
Monsieur le Président.
Motion, Monsieur le Président.
Moi, je crois.
Monsieur le Président.
Président, il ne me reste qu'à parler.
Please, this issue is not controversial. Please, let's proceed. It's not controversial. You are not here to.
Non, mais nous sommes en
Le
plénière, nous ne
Président.
sommes pas dans le caucus. Il faut que le débat soit partagé pour tout le monde.
Mais vraiment.
Ask for now 1 minute, we switch you off. You have to tell us what is the rule. Don't debate about philosophies.
Mr. President. Merci. Monsieur le Président, moi je ne veux pas de philosophie, je veux qu'on soit pratique. D'abord, la secrétaire nous a fait toute une littérature de textes et il a parlé. Mais on n'a pas su, vous ne nous avez pas dit, en définitive, qu'est-ce qu'a dit la secrétaire? Est-ce que le quorum est atteint ou pas? Vous n'avez fait que lire. Elle a parlé de consensus. Elle a parlé de différents
All right, you are done.
Maintenant, il faut nous dire ce que la
We
secrétaire
hear
avait
you.
abouti et on va voir maintenant.
Yes, we agree.
Parce que ce matin, quand on a voté
We
le
agree,
plan
we agree.
stratégique,
We
on n'avait pas compté le quorum. C'est tout.
We agree.
Dites-nous d'abord ce qu'a dit la secrétaire. Est-ce qu'il y a un quorum ou il n'y a pas de quorum?
Président. Oui, Monsieur le Président.
Let's do this. We can talk and talk.
Non. Soit on est en plénière, soit on est en caucus.
You know what? Before you raise your hand, can you put the date down? I know the answer myself to get out of this situation. So when I say talk, you don't give me the answer. You seem not even to know the answer itself. You are not coming up with the answers. Sorry?
Can I, Mr. President?
Yes, Honorable Kantuntu. With all the respect, I give you the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, the answer is within the rules. But let me say this before I go to the rules, Mr. President. I am privileged to have been one of the 5 people who drafted these rules. 5 in 2004. Now let us go to the rules.
For any sitting of this parliament, you need a quorum. And that is Rule 55. Any sitting, whether you are going for voting or not voting. And what does it say? It says the quorum of a meeting of parliament shall be constituted by a simple majority of all members. So this particular meeting, you need the simple majority. You cannot read Rule 16.6 without reading Rule 55. They should be read together. Don't use one rule to defeat the other. Colleagues, nobody can say, especially for a lawyer, I'm really surprised that you don't need a quorum. I'm really surprised. I have taught law at postgraduate level. The issue about quorum is mandatory. If you don't have quorum, you can't have power to do business. So how do we proceed? And I don't know where this conversation is coming from, Mr. President. How do we proceed? One, can we ascertain whether we have a simple majority of all members? The answer from what they have read, we have it. Then after that, you go to Rule 16.6, which says the election shall be by secret ballot and a simple majority of members present and voting. That is not contradictory. We go to that process. Where is this anger and the conversation coming from? Colleagues, you see, let's do things according to our rules. These rules are so simple. We are drafted. We don't need a PhD to interpret these rules. In law, they are really very simple rules. Second, right, Mr. President, and I implore you to be strong on this. If you go for a contentious issue and you don't follow the rules, then it gives an opportunity for somebody to challenge the decision. Why do we have ourselves challenge? You refer ourselves to the decision this House took some time back, which led again to the AU to rebuke us because we did things not in accordance with the rules. There is a candidate. We know the Northern Caucus does not wish to present another candidate. We go through the formalities of the rule and endorse their candidate. Where is the problem coming from? Where is the problem coming from? Orders, procedure. Really, Mr. President, I implore you, can we proceed in according with the rules, dispose of this matter, have our president from Mauritania, and we close this chapter other than indulging us in a very unnecessary debate. I thank you, Mr. President.
Sorry? No to the election, Mr. President.
Actually, Mr. President, it's not election, actually.
Right. Let's do this. Let's do this. The clerk read out numbers which we couldn't even hear properly. That is the truth. The numbers that she read do not help us in this situation. If you want to proceed as plenary, you may, under Rule 56, voting in the House shall be governed by the principles, each one vote, blah, blah. Then it says, where there is no consensus, decision of the House shall be by the two-thirds majority of right. So we may have to go the consensus route. We may have to go the consensus route. That is what can save us. Yes. Dr. Gayo.
Thank you, Honorable President, for giving me floor. I can see, of course, it's very clear. This asset belongs to Northern region, and really I cannot understand why we are always having elections here at plenary. Unfortunately, the rule instructs us to do that. In order to start this business, I think Madam Clerk a little bit confused us. We need to have 110 members in the House. That's simple majority. In this regard, you can count from that simple majority, 50 plus 1. First, we need to have that majority, 110. We should not violate our own rule. The only thing what we can do, I think, we can go by consensus and defend in future. That's the best way. If we go to the quorum and count the members, we need to have, before we start that business, the president should announce, should make sure that we have 110 members, eligible members in the House, which we don't have now. So the best way is to understand, with common understanding, this it belongs to Northern region, and she's not opposed. Still, we can violate, but it's consensus. We can defend. We can, Honorable, let me finish. Let me finish, Honorable. I'm talking about the rules which you have read, Honorable from Uganda. We have also.
Honorable Kantuntu,
yeah.
You had the floor. Give opportunity to others also.
Yeah. In order to announce that we have quorum in the House, that members already constitute the quorum, we need to have simple majority, which is 110, as it was announced, which we don't have now. At this moment, we don't have. My humble opinion, just with consensus to endorse this seat to Her Excellency from Northern region, who is from Mauritania, and proceed forward. I submit it. Thank you.
Monsieur le Président. S'il vous plaît, Monsieur le Président.
سيد الرئيس
Monsieur le
سيد الرئيس
السيد الرئيس اعطينا الكلام ترتيب من فضلك.
Wait, order.
الكلام ترتيب الرئيس كنت
Order. Now, if you behave like this in Parliament, what we do, we adjourn. So you lose out. If you behave like this, we adjourn to tomorrow. Because we are disorderly, we are back to be laughed by their cameras here. These things will be played all over the world. Now look at the Pan-African Parliament, they are back to disorder. And no one should stand up. Raise your hand while seated. Raise your hand while seated, please. Right. Honorable Lucia. 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 Honorable Lucia, you have the floor. You can speak. Lucia, you have the floor.
Muito obrigada, Sr. Presidente. Boa tarde a todos. Eu peço desculpa porque eu estava aqui a confirmar os números, porque estamos a tratar uma matéria muito séria e nós somos parlamentares todos responsáveis. Nós não queremos fazer nada que amanhã vamos ser acusados de ter feito algo de ilegal. Portanto, eu peço que o Sr. Presidente peça ao Sr. Secretário-Geral para repetir de novo qual é a maioria que é exigida, qual é o quórum que temos neste momento para podermos avançar, porque estamos a falar, cada um a dar a sua opinião, mas nós não podemos ultrapassar aquilo que é sagrado neste documento, que é o regimento. Portanto, se inicialmente as informações que ela prestou aqui trouxe alguma dúvida, eu peço ao Presidente que a Secretária-Geral deve repetir com clareza quais são os artigos com que vamos trabalhar, qual é o quórum que temos neste momento, para podermos avançar e sairmos desse impasse. Obrigado.
Yeah, before giving the clerk, I give Honorable Jida.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Monsieur le Président, vous venez tout à l'heure, avant que les gens ne discutent sur les prises de parole. Vous avez dit, vous avez lu l'article 55 et 56. À défaut de 55, il y a le 56 qui vient pour compléter, pour dire qu'à défaut, il faut des consensus. Maintenant, la plénière, elle est souveraine. On sait que la place est pour l'Afrique du Nord. Et maintenant, la plénière est souveraine, on décide tout de suite d'aller aux élections et puis on va aux élections, on va voter et on l'installe. Pourquoi? Je ne sais pas pourquoi on est en train de tourner.
Président, il ne faut pas que ce soit un dialogue entre les bureaux et les caucus du Nord. Nous sommes là, c'est la plénière.
I think that's unfair. I don't even know who's talking. That's unfair. You have had about 10 people who are not in the bureau who have spoken. And when the bureau of 3 people speak, you then say it's a dialogue of the bureau. We have gone for more than an hour without any bureau member making any contribution. So let's be fair. And if you become emotional, you are not for a good solution. All those that are emotional, don't raise up your hands.
I'm here.
Because you make a mistake in your statement. Let those that are not emotional speak. This is not an emotional matter. It's a very simple matter. Very simple. Very, very straightforward. It's being complicated by yourselves. You are complicating this matter because even if I give you the flow, you have no solution which we can rely on. You have no solutions, but you just want to be heard talking. And you don't have any solutions, even if we give you. This is what I've seen. I've tried to listen to contributions, but none has a solution. None has to address Rule 55, Rule 56, Rule 16.6. If you put them together, then that person will be brilliant. If he's brilliant, you read them all, and then you say, what's the way out? But ultimately, we'll find a way out. Don't worry. We'll find a way out. You are the ones who are delaying us. Because you are taking the floor and you have no solution for it after all. Right. I take the floor. Yes, take the floor.
شكرا سيد الرئيس. سيد الرئيس، سأنطلق من قاعدة قانونية تقول أنه إذا خص القانون صورة معينة بقي إطلاقه في جميع الصور الأخرى. تونسيا يس يسري البواب من تونس. إذا قلت إذا خص القانون صورة معينة بقي إطلاقه في جميع الصور الأخرى. سيد الرئيس، بالنسبة للفصل 55 وما بعده يجب أن نرجع للعنوان، عنوان الجزء العاشر، النصاب القانوني والتصويت. النصاب القانوني وحده والتصويت وحده. يعني الفصل النصاب القانوني لاجتماعات البرلمان لحضور اجتماعات البرلمان فصله الفصل 55. فيكون النصاب القانوني لاجتماعات البرلمان من الأغلبية البسيطة لجميع الأعضاء. بالنسبة لجلسات التصويت لا تفترض وجود نصاب قانوني للحضور، هي فقط جلسات تصويت ويحكمها الفصل 56 وما بعده. فالفصل 56 أعطى بعض مبادئ تقوم على قرارات التوافق العام في الآراء، وتقوم على نسبة أغلبية الثلثين عند عدم التوصل إلى توافق عام في الآراء، أو عند عدم عندما يتعلق الأمر بمسألة إجرائية. هذه الأمور غير موجودة. إذا نرجع للفصل 16 ويكون الأغلبية البسيطة هي المطلوبة وفقط. وهنا سيد الرئيس، فالجلسة نحن أعضاء إقليم شمال إفريقيا نكون قد رشحنا الأخت فاطمة، ونحن نطلب من الجميع إجراء الانتخابات والتصويت لترشيح الأخت فاطمة وتمكينها من منصب نائب رئيس. وشكرا سيد الرئيس.
Obrigado. Merci beaucoup. Shukran. Madam Clerk, there was a request that you repeat what you had said.
Honorable President, the numbers for under Rule 55 for the constitution of a meeting. After calculation, the quorum is 110. The number of members in the room are 90. And this, in terms of Rule 55. If there's another rule in respect of which the numbers should be read, we can read. Just to take it step by step.
Okay, this is, honorable members, this is where we want people who can contribute beyond Rule 55. Okay, we have no quorum. It's clear. Instead of 110, we are 90. There's no quorum. That's clear. That is done, right? If you raise up your hand, you say, right, we have no quorum, but in terms of the other rule, or because of this, we proceed like this. That's better. That we find a solution. In white.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, if I've listened carefully to our crack, I think we can go consensus way. And considering the caucus of Northern Caucus have decided that they want Habib to be the vice president, I don't know why we should have issues here. I think it's important now we go ahead, we do the voting, and we have consensus, and we finish these arguments here because we are wasting time.
The hand here. Yes, Madam.
Okay, Mr. Speaker, good afternoon, everyone. Okay, sorry, apologies. I'm still of the opinion that unless there's a rule that says that even when there's a consensus, that there must be a voting. If there's no rule, then since the Northern Caucus have decided on who is going to take that position for them, why don't we go on? I think I'm here to support what the last speaker just said. And I think if you allow people to keep talking, we'll keep saying the same thing over and over again. Let's just go on and let us know who the consensus candidate is, and we adopt it. Thank you, sir.
Ibrahim Said.
شكرا سيد الرئيس. سيد الرئيس، لدينا تجربة في هذا البرلمان، وبالتالي لا نريد منطقة شمال إفريقيا أن تتضرر من التجارب التي مررنا بها من هذا البرلمان. أنا أرى أنه إذا كان هناك النصاب القانوني بالمفهوم الذي تحدث عنه السيد الأمين العامة، ويجب أن نثبت على المعلومات التي نقدم، لا نغير فيها ولا نبدل. نريد منتخبتنا من شمال إفريقيا أن تتم بالانتخاب، تنتخب كنائب رئيس للبرلمان، وإن العمل على التوافق، وبعد ذلك عندما يذهبون النواب من هنا هناك من يريد أن يلعب على هذه الأوراق مثل التوافق وأشياء كهذه، وبالتالي نريد نائب من شمال إفريقيا بكامل الحقوق القانونية ومنتخب داخل البرلمان، وليس بتوافق ولا بتعيين، ولا نريد لا تعيين ولا توافق، وإنما النواب الموجودين داخل هذه القاعة يصوتون على مرشحنا الوحيد بالتصويت وليس شيئا آخر. وشكرا.
Thank you, Honorable Ibrahim. Now, when you bring in voting, it then invites Rule 55. Once you say let's vote, you invite Rule 55. And yeah, if you want to vote, it means numbers. Maybe let's end like this for today. Let's end like this for today. come with those that have remained in hotels tomorrow. Go and tell those who are in hotels. We are short of how many? 20. 20, we are short 20. If each caucus person can push very hard,
Président, vous ne regardez pas ici?
we may
Seyd Raïs, s'il vous plaît.
we may find the right numbers. Then we will do two things. In terms of the rules of this parliament, we can refer this matter to the Rules Committee to meet tomorrow at 9 to assist us out of this. Rules Committee meet tomorrow at 9. And then come up with a proposal. Rules Chair meet at 9. We start session tomorrow at 10:30 so that we give enough time to Rules Committee. 10:30 we gather here. Encourage those that are somewhere else to come and join us. Then if we come back tomorrow, the Rules Committee has no solution, there is no quorum, we'll all go and dream about which solution. We'll come up with a solution, don't worry. But what we should avoid is to be violent and emotional. We are one parliament. So Rules Committee, please, go and look at this issue as a Rules Committee and look at whether we can proceed by consensus, whether this Rule 55 is inescapable. I think let's adjourn and we meet tomorrow at 10:30. Rules Committee will meet at 9. Sorry, the caucus meeting, bureaucracy's meeting has been moved to tomorrow. Tomorrow afternoon, bureaucracy's meeting tomorrow afternoon, not today. The House stands adjourned until tomorrow 10:30.